जिसमें हम ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं एलोजेनिक, तो इसमें ल्यूकीमियाज है, एप्लास्टिक एनीमिया के कैंसर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। फिर कुछ इनहेरिटेड डिजीजेस हैं जिसमें एलोजेनिक ट्रांसप्लांट होता है, तो इसमें थैलेसीमिया है, सिकल सेल है, फिर बहुत सारे मेटाबॉलिज्म के जो रेयर डिजीजेस हैं, इम्यूनोडिफिशिएंसी है, एंड कुछ inherited bone marrow failure syndromes हैं. So these are some of the diseases that we can do bone marrow transplant that are inherited. Next please. And these are now one of the things to remember, जब हम allogenic transplant करते हैं, अगर metabolic condition के लिए करते हैं तो बहुत ही जल्दी करना होता है, नहीं तो जो metabolic diseases की वजह से जो damage हो जाता है brain में या body में, वो reversible नहीं होते हैं. Next. अच्छा, ये जस्ट टू एक्सप्लेन बिकॉज मेनी ऑफ यू आप कम्युनिटी में जाएंगे और लोगों से बात करेंगे, तो एक कंडीशन होती है मल्टीपल माइलोमा. ये कैंसर होता है जो ओल्डर लोगों में होता है, एंड उसमें भी हम ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं, बट इट इज अ टोटली डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ट्रांसप्लांट. The reason I'm saying this is because many times when we tell our multiple myeloma patients to go for transplant, their relatives say, no, it's very risky, don't go for that. So this is a completely different procedure. In autologous transplant, which we do for our myeloma patient, we take the patient, so again you see pink box, yellow blood, we take the patient's stem cells, so yellow stem cells, we give them some medicines to reduce the cancer, and so there's, when we give these medicines that reduces the multiple myeloma also, and then we give this patient back his same stem cells, right? So this is not a risky procedure. This can be done even in old age. तो ये जो auto transplant है, ये हम बुजुर्ग लोगों में भी कर सकते हैं. पर ये थैलेसीमिया में काम नहीं आएगा, because इसमें तो हम same stem cells वापस दे रहे हैं. ये कुछ cancers में हम use करते हैं, कुछ बच्चों वाले cancers में भी use करते हैं, and multiple myeloma जो बुजुर्ग लोगों में कैंसर होता है उसमें भी होते हैं. तो just so that you are clear that there's different types of transplant, I'm just mentioning this. But in thalassemia, sickle cell, this is not going to work. You need to do the other type of transplant, the allogenic transplant. Next please. So aim क्या है transplant का? जब हम कैंसर के लिए करते हैं तो it permits us to give a very high dose of chemotherapy. Normally जो हम कैंसर की दवाइयाँ देते हैं तो हम एक लिमिट तक ही दे पाते हैं, इसलिए बार साइकिल आपको मिलता है कैंसर की मेडिसिन का. अगर हम ज़्यादा कैंसर मेडिसिन देंगे तो आपकी सारी ब्लड की स्टेम सेल्स खत्म हो जाएंगी. बट इफ वी डूइंग ट्रांसप्लांट, तो माइलोमा में हम क्या करते हैं, थोड़ी स्टेम सेल्स निकाल देते हैं, वी गिव अ बिग डोज एंड वी गिव यू बैक द स्टेम सेल्स. If we are doing in a non-malignant disorder like thalassemia, sickle cell, we are able to replace the defective genes. So जो आपकी genes defective है उसको हम correct कर सकते हैं. Next please. So I hope this is all clear to you. Now when we are planning to do a transplant, we have to do a lot of tests, and the most important thing is we have to counsel, because जब हम ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं तो जैसे मैंने बताया इट्स अ बिग थिंग. हम आपका ब्लड पूरा चेंज करते हैं, आपका ब्लड ग्रुप चेंज हो जाता है. सो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल ऑफ इन्फेक्शंस, वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल द पेशेंट टेक्स ऑल द करेक्ट मेडिसिन्स. यूजुअली 1 साल तक हमें मेडिसिन देनी होती है. अब जब आपको किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट, लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट, हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांट होता है उसमें आपको इम्यूनोसप्रेसिव मेडिसिन लाइफ लॉन्ग लेनी होती है. इसमें नहीं ज़रूरत है, इसमें 1 साल तक ज़रूरत है. 1 साल के बाद जो पेशेंट का इम्यून सिस्टम भी चेंज हो जाता है, सो इसलिए ये इम्यूनोडिफिशिएंसीज में भी हम ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं. सो बट 1 साल हमें बहुत केयरफुल होना होता है. सो दिस इज़ अ वेरी टफ टाइम. फॉर 1 year द पेशेंट हैज़ टू फॉलो अ लॉट ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शंस, and once we've done that, the patient can be fine. And that is why it's very important to prepare and to plan, so that in the middle we don't have any problems. At the end of the transplant, we stop the immunosuppressive medicines, we give vaccination, and then the patient is considered to be cured. Next slide. So बहुत ज़रूरी है patient select करना. Next slide. तो patient को select करते समय हम बहुत सारे scoring systems, patient का fitness, बहुत सारी चीज़ें देखनी होती हैं. तो इसलिए कई बार पेशेंट आता है, उसकी तबीयत बहुत ख़राब है एंड वो कहते हैं हमें ट्रांसप्लांट चाहिए, पर हमें कभी कभी मना करना होता है, बिकॉज ट्रांसप्लांट कैन बी अ रिस्की प्रोसीजर. देयर इज अ रिस्क ऑफ डेथ, सो वी हैव टू वे द रिस्क एंड द बेनिफिट. सो जब हमें लगता है पेशेंट को फ़ायदा होगा और रिस्क कम है, तो एज अ डॉक्टर वी एडवाइज प्लीज़ गो फॉर ट्रांसप्लांट. अगर फ़ायदा कम होगा और रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो कभी कभी एज अ डॉक्टर वी हैव टू से नो. Next slide. So ये एक scoring system है, उसको administer दिया है. So this is the comorbidity index. तो पेशेंट की हार्ट की कंडीशन, लिवर की कंडीशन, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमें देखना होता है to decide. Next slide. एंड ये हमें सो ट्रांसप्लांट का जब हम प्लान करते हैं तो हम डेट फिक्स करते हैं, फिर हम कार्डियक चेकअप कराते हैं, लंग्स का पल्मोनरी फंक्शन, किडनीज मतलब लिवर, सब चीज़ एकदम परफेक्ट होनी चाहिए. देन ओनली वी टेक द पेशेंट फॉर ट्रांसप्लांट, अदरवाइज वी विल हैव टू एक्सप्लेन टू देम व्हाट इज द रिस्क. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो these are the ways that we do the scoring. Next slide. Next slide please. And if they have any infection also we have to see, because sometimes हमारे देश में लोगों को TB या hepatitis या HIV ये चीज़ें होती हैं. Next slide. And अगर पेशेंट एल्डरली है तो उसमें हमें और भी ध्यान रखना होता है अगर हम एलोजेनिक ट्रांसप्लांट कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए कई बार ओल्डर पेशेंट्स में कैंसर या कुछ होता है तो बहुत मुश्किल होता है ट्रांसप्लांट करना. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो अब हम ये तो पेशेंट की बात होगी, अब हम देखते हैं डोनर. तो जो डोनर होता है वो भी हमारे लिए उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है जितना पेशेंट है. सो इट इज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स पीपल जस्ट दे विल ब्रिंग समबडी एंड से इसका ले लो. सो ऐसा नहीं होता है. हमें जो डोनर है उसका भी पूरा चेकअप करना है. अगर उनको भी कोई हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है या कोई और दिक्कत है, देन हम अगेन एज अ डॉक्टर वी हैव टू से नो, डोनर इज नॉट फिट. डोनर को खतरा हो सकता है देने में, ये कभी कभी होता है पर हो सकता है. सो अगेन इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज फॉर अस वी वुड the patient can undergo some risk, but the donor is a healthy voluntary person. He must undergo no risk, right? So it's very important for us to make sure of donor safety. There is an upper age limit, so generally जो bone marrow, peripheral blood या bone marrow के लिए जो भी donor होते हैं, same criteria है जो आपके blood के criteria हैं. So the age limit and fitness and other things are there. And usually we prefer an HLA match sibling, मतलब भाई बहन जो HLA match है, up to the age of 55 we can take if they have no other comorbidities. And usually अगर हम जैसे morning में somebody had mentioned Dathri, so Dathri is a volunteer registry. So in fact everybody who is within the blood donation category here, they can also get themselves registered at Dathri, and if their HLA matches, they can even become peripheral blood donors for patients. So that is something you can do, and वो हम generally 50 years तक लेते हैं. Next please. So अभी तक I've been talking about HLA. So what is HLA? HLA is human leukocyte antigen. This is on our chromosome 6, and we have HLA class 1, which is A, B, and C, and class 2, TP, TQ, and DR, and these are essential for transplant. So if these match, you can have a transplant from that person. So in a family, you inherit half of your HLA from your mother and half from your father. So you can have two children from the same parents who may have different HLA. So that is, next slide please. So this is how it is. So if this is the mother AB and this is the father CD, half of the HLA comes from, so this child has got half the HLA from mother and half the HLA from father. This child also has got half the HLA from mother, half the HLA from father. But here they're only 50% match. Here also you have half from mother, half from father. Here also half from mother, half from father. Now this one and this sibling are completely zero match. And this sibling and this sibling are also zero match. These two siblings are only 50% match. But we need a sibling who is 100% match. And 100% match sibling who are getting the same HLA from the mother and the same HLA from the father is only 25% chance in a family. So nowadays, because people are having smaller families, sometimes we don't get an HLA match in the family, and that is why ये जो unrelated donor registries हैं like Dathri very important, because अगर आपके एक दो भाई बहन हैं and आपका HLA match नहीं है, तो it's not going to be possible to do a transplant. Completely mismatched transplant impossible है. 50% match transplant is possible, but हम thalassemia sickle cell के लिए नहीं करते. क्यों नहीं करते हैं? Because half match transplant में बहुत complications होते हैं, बहुत risk होते हैं. आई बिलीव राजस्थान से कई लोग हैं, तो राजस्थान में there's been a very big case जयपुर में, जहाँ पे एक डॉक्टर बहुत सारे थैलेसीमिया पेशेंट्स के लिए हैप्लो ट्रांसप्लांट कर रहे थे और उसमें करीब 50 पेशेंट की डेथ हो गई थी, राइट। सो इसलिए हैप्लो ट्रांसप्लांट हम लोग एम्स में करते हैं फॉर थिंग्स लाइक, जैसे ल्यूकीमिया पेशेंट का रिलैप्स हो गया है, उसका दवाई से फ़ायदा नहीं हो रहा है, तो उसमें हम लोग करते हैं एंड जनरली उसमें बहुत फ़ायदा होता है। हम लोगों ने 3 ऐसे केसेस किए थे एंड ऑल 3 ऑफ दीज पेशेंट्स आर डूइंग वेरी वेल। बट थैलेसीमिया के लिए हम लोग नहीं करते बिकॉज फॉर थैलेसीमिया बेस्ट इज टू डू fully matched HLA sibling transplant. This is very safe, very effective, but मतलब हैप्लो नहीं करना चाहिए and even unrelated is not so good. Next slide. So I'll skip this, but basically we do different types of tests. अगर brother sister का test है then it's a cheaper test by serology. अगर unrelated test है then we have to do high resolution because उसमें हमें ज़्यादा ध्यान से देखना होता है. Next. So the degree of matching really affects the survival. जितना आपका better matching है उतना better transplant होता है, and जितने alleles mismatch होते हैं उतना आपका result 10% कम होता जाता है. So that is why for thalassemia we don't want to do haplo or half match mismatch transplants. Next. So stem cell source भी हमने थोड़ा तो आपको बताया, तो थोड़ा सा और बता देते हैं. Next please. So देखा गया है कि यूजुअली आजकल हम लोग पेरिफेरल ब्लड से हम लोग स्टेम सेल्स आजकल ले रहे हैं, तो येलो इज द पेरिफेरल स्टेम सेल्स. पहले 1996 वगैरह में जनरली बोन मैरो ही यूज़ किया जाता था, बट उसमें जब हम बोन मैरो कलेक्ट करते हैं तो हमें डोनर को, जो हेल्दी डोनर है, उसको ओटी ले जाना होता था एंड उसका करीब 100 टाइम्स हमें बोन मैरो करना होता था, उतना बोन मैरो निकालने के लिए, ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए. तो वो जनरल एनेस्थीसिया में हमें करना पड़ता था बिकॉज 100 टाइम्स तो कोई बोन मैरो बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाएगा. यूजुअली जब हम पेशेंट्स का बोन मैरो करते हैं तो एक बार में ही उनको काफ़ी पेन के इंजेक्शन देने पड़ते हैं. तो इसलिए नाउअडेज वी आर मोस्टली डूइंग पेरिफेरल ब्लड. कॉर्ड ब्लड बीच में बहुत पॉपुलर हुआ था, तो आपने भी सुना होगा 10-15-20 साल पहले कॉर्ड ब्लड. बट उसमें एक प्रॉब्लम होता है थैलेसीमिया में कि रिजेक्शन बहुत होने का चांस होता है. सो जनरली हम थैलेसीमिया के लिए, क्योंकि उनको बार बार ब्लड मिलता है, बोन मैरो भी एक तरह से ब्लड ही होता है, तो उसमें कॉर्ड ब्लड हम अब बहुत कम कर रहे हैं. बीच में काफ़ी हुआ था करीब 20 साल पहले, पर अब हम बहुत कम करते हैं एंड मोस्टली हम पेरिफेरल ब्लड कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट. सो ये एफिसिस मशीन है, आई एम सॉरी फोटोज कमिंग वेरी क्लियर. तो ये सेम मशीन है जिससे हम प्लेटलेट्स बनाते हैं, बट किट थोड़ा डिफरेंट होता है, जो उसकी सेटिंग्स डिफरेंट होती है. तो आप ब्लड बैंक में आराम से बैठ के आपकी वेन से वो ब्लड लिया जाएगा, उसमें स्टेम सेल्स कलेक्ट करके बाकी ब्लड आपको वापस मिल जाता है. सो इसमें ज़्यादा कुछ वीकनेस वगैरह नहीं होता है एंड वी कैन कलेक्ट द स्टेम सेल्स. जो स्टेम सेल्स होंगी वो फिर हम पेशेंट को दे देंगे आफ्टर द कंडीशनिंग मेडिसिन. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. सो कुछ और भी चीज़ें होती हैं, तो इसलिए मैं ये आपको बता रही हूँ बिकॉज आई वांट कि जब आप लोग यहाँ से जाएं, आपको कोई पूछे को ट्रांसप्लांट के बारे में, तो आप बता सकते हो. क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है कि पेशेंट्स आपस में बात करते हैं एंड एक पेशेंट कहेगा अरे मेरे लिए तो बोन मैरो बोला गया था, आपके लिए क्यों नहीं बोला. सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ फैक्टर्स, पेशेंट फैक्टर, डोनर फैक्टर, तो कई चीज़ें होती हैं. जो डिजीज़ है, अगर आपका डोनर मेल है या फीमेल है, ये भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है. स्पेशली अगर पेशेंट एल्डरली है तो फीमेल डोनर हम नहीं प्रेफर करते हैं, खासतौर से अगर जो फीमेल डोनर है उसके पहले बच्चे हो चुके हैं. सो ब्लड ग्रुप यूजुअली प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है, बट समटाइम्स वी मे हैव 1 or 2 scenarios where especially if the patient is old, we may have some issues. प्रीवियसली अगर जो डोनर है उसको कैंसर हुआ था या उसको कोई और, या जैसे फैमिलीज में अगर जेनेटिक प्रॉब्लम्स हैं तो डोनर का भी हमें जेनेटिक टेस्टिंग करना होता है. एंड अगर डोनर को कोई HIV या हेपेटाइटिस है तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. पेशेंट में अगर HIV या हेपेटाइटिस है तो वी कैन मैनेज, बट अगर डोनर में है तो वी डोंट लाइक टू टेक दैट डोनर. ऑल्सो सर्टन एजेस में नॉट बी पॉसिबल. एंड एक बार अगर डोनर बहुत छोटा है या उनकी हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स है या वेन्स अच्छी नहीं है तो ब्लड निकालना मुश्किल है. सो द थिंग इज दैट the doctor is decide because there's multiple things that we have to look at. You can't say, oh, my friend got a bone marrow transplant, so I should also get a bone marrow transplant. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Next please. So ये जब हम ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं तो बहुत सारे हमें बेनिफिट्स हो जाते हैं. And in thalassemia, what it does is it completely corrects the hemoglobinopathy. And different diseases में और भी चीज़ों का फायदा होता है. Next please. So this is the only cure for thalassemia. तो आज आपने सुबह बात किया, आपके बहुत अच्छे पेशेंट ने अपने लाइफ का बताया. तो हर महीने या हर 2-3 हफ्ते में ब्लड चढ़ाना कितना मुश्किल काम है. साथ में आपको आयरन कीलेशन मेडिसिन भी लेना है. But bone marrow transplant can be curative, but at the same time we must make sure that the patient is not at risk from the procedure, because there is at least a 10% risk of mortality, at least a 10% risk of rejection, and अगर HLA match नहीं है तो वो risk और भी बढ़ सकता है. Next. So जो ग्राफ नहीं आ रहे हैं. So in India we do transplant. It is actually cost effective compared to lifelong chelation and blood transfusion. Next please. But we do have newer therapy. So इसलिए मैं patients को बोलती हूँ कि आप अपना अच्छे से ट्रांसफ्यूजन कराइए, अच्छे से chelation कराइए. अगर ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं भी हो सकता है तो भी आप निराश मत होइए. Now we have this new drug luspatercept which is coming in India, and it is effective in thalassemia patients in increasing the hemoglobin. So that means कि आपका blood transfusion जो आपका हर 2-3 हफ्ते में लग रहा है वो हो सकता है कि आपका 2 महीने में लगे, या हो सकता है ना भी जरूरत पड़े. तो luspatercept is a tablet. It is not something dangerous, and especially जो older patients हैं जिनके लिए transplant risky है, उनके लिए that is definitely there. Gene therapy hopefully will come maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, but luspatercept is already here. Next. So bone marrow transplant जब हम करते हैं तो उसमें हमें कैंसर की दवाई देनी पड़ती है पेशेंट को. So that is why it is very important कि हम पेशेंट को देखें कि उसका लिवर ठीक है, उसका हार्ट ठीक है, क्योंकि अगर किसी को हमने कैंसर की दवाई दिया जिसको कैंसर नहीं है तो उसको कुछ कॉम्प्लिकेशन भी हो सकता है. नेक्स्ट. सो इसीलिए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हम जब ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं तो हम देखें, बिकॉज अगर हम पेशेंट को ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं, ट्रांसप्लांट में रिस्क है. सो ये जो रेड लाइन है, अगर हम पेशेंट को ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं करते, ग्रीन लाइन अगर हम रखेंगे तो उसकी सर्वाइवल ज़्यादा है. जैसे हमने कहा था कि 10% तो डेथ हो सकती है जो हम दवाइयाँ देंगे, और 10% रिजेक्शन हो सकता है. रिजेक्शन में कई बार हमें दोबारा से ट्रांसप्लांट करना होता है और कई पेशेंट दोबारा ट्रांसप्लांट तक पहुँच नहीं पाते हैं. सो वी मस्ट लुक एट दिस रिस्क बेनिफिट रेशियो. सो यंग पेशेंट्स में देखा गया है कि यंग पेशेंट्स में बेनिफिट ज़्यादा होता है, ओल्डर पेशेंट्स में इतना बेनिफिट नहीं होता है. तो इसलिए हमें इंडिविजुअलाइज करना है पेशेंट को देख के. So and now there are many centers in our country and transplant is increasing day by day. हम लोग के जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन लोगों ने भी ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर्स खोले हैं. बट अगेन वी टेल आवर स्टूडेंट्स टू डू एथिकल प्रैक्टिस. हम कहते हैं कि प्लीज़ आप ट्रांसप्लांट उन्हीं को करो जिनको सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट होगा. सिर्फ पैसा बनाने के लिए या ऐसे उसके लिए नहीं करना चाहिए. एंड दैट इज़ व्हाई ऑफन वी हैव टू स्पेंड many hours, sometimes have many meetings with the family to explain, because अगर आप किसी को मना करते हो तो कई बार वो निराश हो जाता है. पर हमें एक्सप्लेन करना होता है कि आपके लिए ये ट्रीटमेंट ठीक है या नहीं ठीक है. नेक्स्ट. So there are many complications. We talked about rejection. There's veno-occlusive disease of the liver. There is a dreaded complication called graft versus host disease. And ये graft versus host disease older patients में होता है. अगर बहुत छोटा बच्चा है उसमें कम होता है. इसमें स्किन प्रॉब्लम्स, लिवर प्रॉब्लम्स या ब्लडी डायरिया या डेथ होने का भी चांसेस है. ल्यूकेरेली क्लासिफिकेशन एक है जिसका बेसिस होता है आयरन कीलेशन एंड हेपेटिक फाइब्रोसिस. तो जो थैलेसीमिया के जो छोटे बच्चे हैं जिनको ठीक से आयरन कीलेशन दिया गया है वो आमतौर पे 15 महीने से शुरू हो जाना चाहिए, और बिल्कुल उनका हिस्ट्री ऑफ कीलेशन बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है. मतलब उनका बीच में फेरेटिन वाज नॉट 3000 4000, उनका फेरेटिन हमेशा अच्छा था. एंड उनका लिवर बायोप्सी भी हम करते हैं कि लिवर में फाइब्रोसिस नहीं है. अगर तीनों चीज़ें नहीं है तो उस पेशेंट का ट्रांसप्लांट से करीब 90% बेनिफिट होता है. अगर तीनों चीज़ें हैं, मतलब उसका क्यूलेशन ठीक से नहीं हुआ, उसका हिस्ट्री ऑफ क्यूलेशन भी गड़बड़ था और उसका लिवर फाइब्रोसिस है, तो उसका सर्वाइवल इज ओनली 50%, मतलब ट्रांसप्लांट से 50% चांस है कि इसकी मृत्यु हो सकती है। तो ऐसे केसेस में फिर हम ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं रेकमेंड करते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सो दिस इज बेसिकली समरी स्लाइड टू शो कि हमें डोनर को देखना है, पेशेंट को देखना है, स्टेम सेल्स देखनी है, हमें मेडिसिन कौन सी देनी है उसको देखना है, डोज के बाद पेशेंट्स में इंक्रीज डिक्रीज होता है, एंड सारे कॉम्प्लिकेशंस के लिए मॉनिटर करने। 1 साल तक काफ़ी इन्फेक्शंस का रिस्क होता है, फिर धीरे धीरे सब मेडिसिन इम्यूनोसप्रेसिव मेडिसिन खत्म हो जाती हैं एंड आपका ट्रांसप्लांट कंप्लीट हो गया। सो दिस इज द फुल प्रोसीजर। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सो ये लुकर क्लासिफिकेशन का एक पिक्चर है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई जिस भी फैमिली में थैलेसीमिया होता है हम लोग हमेशा कहते हैं कि प्लीज़ आप अपना ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन एंड क्यूलेशन बहुत अच्छे से करो, बिकॉज अगर आप फिट होंगे तो ट्रांसप्लांट होगा। नेक्स्ट। सो दिस इज जस्ट अ डायग्राम टू शो द सर्वाइवल। तो आपका सर्वाइवल 90 से 50 तक चला जाता है अगर आपका वो लुकरेटी हायर रिस्क होता है। नेक्स्ट। एंड सो जो क्लास 1 क्लास 2 पेशेंट्स लुकरेटी के हैं, इनमें हम जनरली ट्रांसप्लांट रेकमेंड करते हैं। जो क्लास 3 पेशेंट्स होते हैं उनमें बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लिकेशंस और प्रॉब्लम्स होने का चांसेस है। सो दिस इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट टू टेल द पेशेंट। जैसे मैंने कहा है कि सिर्फ आप चाहते हो तो इसलिए नहीं ट्रांसप्लांट करना चाहिए, आपके लिए बेनिफिट है तभी करना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट। एंड दीज आर अगेन जस्ट सम सर्वाइवल कर्व्स, बिकॉज इसमें जैसे मैंने कहा रिजेक्शन भी होता है, नॉन रिजेक्शन मोर्टेलिटी भी होती है, और भी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस होते हैं, एंड सर्वाइवल इन मेनी पेशेंट्स कैन बी ओनली अबाउट 50-60%, विच इज नॉट गुड। नेक्स्ट। सो ये VOD होता है, ये इसमें क्या होता है कि ब्लड लिवर में ब्लॉक हो जाता है ट्रांसप्लांट के बाद। दिस इज एन इम्यून कॉम्प्लिकेशन, एंड उसकी वजह से पेशेंट लिवर फेलियर में जा सकता है, एंड उसकी वजह से उसकी डेथ भी हो सकती है। नेक्स्ट। सो इन इंडिया अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे बहुत सारे पेशेंट हाई रिस्क पेशेंट होते हैं, तो उनके लिए हम लोग यूजुअली काउंसलिंग करते हैं या उनका फिर हम स्पेशल क्यूलेशन करते हैं। Now there is a test called T2 star MRI। ये जो थैलेसीमिया पेशेंट जो ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए जाना चाहते हैं उनमें हम ज़रूर करवाते हैं, ताकि हम देखें कि उनका जो आयरन क्यूलेशन और सब अच्छे से हो रहा है। अगर आयरन क्यूलेशन ज़्यादा नहीं अच्छे से हुआ है तो VOD और कॉम्प्लिकेशंस बहुत होते हैं। तो this sometimes becomes an ethical dilemma because patients want to be cured, but whether to transplant or not, that is a big thing। Next। So ये रिस्क स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन हम लोग करते हैं, एंड जो हाई रिस्क पेशेंट्स हैं, CNC पेलोड का एक ये पेशेंट है जिसमें वो बताते हैं कि इनमें बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्क है डेथ का, स्पेशली अगर वो 7-8 साल से बड़े हैं और अगर उनका लिवर और स्प्लीन भी बहुत बड़ा हुआ है। नेक्स्ट। सो उनमें अगर आपका लिवर 5 सेंटीमीटर से ज़्यादा है, एज आपका 7 साल से ज़्यादा है, तो देखिए क्या क्या फ़ायदा होता है। आपका फ़ायदा 20% से भी कम है, एंड अगर आप क्लास 3 हो जिसमें ये दोनों प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं है तो फिर भी आप 50% पे हैं। तो ये वाले पेशेंट्स को तो कोई भी ट्रांसप्लांट के जो अच्छे डॉक्टर्स हैं कोई भी नहीं रेकमेंड करेगा ट्रांसप्लांट में जाने के लिए। नेक्स्ट। सो दिस इज अ बिगर स्टडी जिसमें उन्होंने इंटरनेशनली भी सेम चीज़ देखा कि जब ये 7 साल से ऊपर हो जाते हैं, लिवर हो जाता है, तो ये सारा जो ग्रुप है ये बहुत हाई रिस्क ग्रुप है। नेक्स्ट। सो how are we improving? We are trying our best, because जैसे मैंने कहा इंडिया में काफ़ी ऐसे पेशेंट होते हैं, तो हम लोग कई स्ट्रैटेजीज कर रहे हैं, उसमें ड्रग मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, दवाइयाँ दूसरी देते हैं, जैसे ट्रियोसल्फान। पहले हम बुसल्फान देते थे, अब ट्रियोसल्फान दे रहे हैं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली थोड़ा ज़्यादा एक्सपेंसिव है, बट इट इज़ अ लिटिल बिट सेफर। तो हम लोग काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजीज कर रहे हैं, एंड एक बहुत अच्छा गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एक प्रोग्राम है जो हमारी नेशनल गाइडलाइंस आई थी 2016 में, उसमें भी हमने ट्रांसप्लांट की कॉस्टिंग डाली थी। तो एट दैट टाइम द गवर्नमेंट कुड नॉट कवर द कॉस्ट ऑफ ट्रांसप्लांट, पर उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा होल इंडिया के साथ एक इनिशिएटिव किया है जिसमें पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप से 100 पेशेंट्स का, जो बच्चे 7 साल से कम हैं, जिनका HLA मैच है, जिनका लिवर खराब नहीं है, जिनका क्यूलेशन अच्छा हुआ है, तो ऐसे 100 बच्चों का हर साल गवर्नमेंट ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए पैसा देता है। नेक्स्ट। सो ये आपका कोल इंडिया का मैंने आपको बताया, इंडिया में ट्रांसप्लांट इज एक्चुअली वेरी चीप। सिकल सेल के लिए तो हमारे पास विदेशों से भी लोग आते हैं ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए। सो दीज आर सम गुड थिंग्स दैट आर देयर, एंड ट्रांसप्लांट हमारे कंट्री में भी बहुत सालों से एक स्टैंडर्ड ट्रीटमेंट है। नेक्स्ट, सो गुड केयर, बट ये बताना ज़रूरी है कि सबको ट्रांसप्लांट की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आजकल गुड लाइफ भी हो सकती है क्योंकि बेटर ब्लड है, सेफर ब्लड है, बेटर केलेशन मेडिसिन है। तो अगर पेशेंट नहीं ट्रांसप्लांट करवा सकते हैं तो हमें अच्छा सा केयर देना है ताकि उनकी लाइफ प्रोलॉन्ग हो। आई हैव थैलेसीमिया मेजर पेशेंट्स हु आर इन देयर 30s and 40s, and I'm sure with care we can make sure that they live a much longer and a good quality of life. But yes, अगर young patients हैं जो ठीक हैं ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए, उनके लिए हमें चेक करना चाहिए, एंड अगर वो फिट है तो उनको इंकरेज करना चाहिए क्योंकि उससे क्योर होगा। एंड जैसे सुबह बताया गया था, अवेयरनेस इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट बिकॉज वंस यू हैव थैलेसीमिया मेजर दिस इज अ लाइफ लॉन्ग ट्रीटमेंट। सो अगर प्रिवेंशन कर सकते हैं तो दैट इज ऑलवेज द बेस्ट। थैंक यू।
Any questions from audience related to the topic from Dr. Seva?
I have a question. Out of all the sessions, this looked more. Out of all the sessions, this looked more technical. I should not discourage you. But it has given a lot of details and a large as I see it, we have to start at a very early age. So means neonatologists and pediatricians, all these people have to be given awareness. Is there any scheme or plan to create awareness? It need not be, fellowship where they have to spend 6 months, 1 year or like that. At least to create awareness and give them the resources where they can refer their patients. Probably online course, something like distance education can be.
So just to let you know, so all doctors have to study pediatrics. Okay? So in pediatrics we have our textbooks. So one of our standard textbooks of pediatrics is OB-GAY, and in that, since I think for almost the last 15 years, I've been writing the hematology section, and उसमें bone marrow transplant का एक simple सा chapter section है. So all at least the last 15 years, the doctors will be aware of bone marrow transplant and that it is curable for thalassemia. Obviously, people who were from before will not benefit from that. The second thing is that with the NHM, we are now actually coming out with guidelines for sickle cell, which are from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and National Health Mission. So NHM and Ministry of Tribal Affairs guidelines, and in that again we have a lot of modules on bone marrow transplant. And the plan is, hopefully, we're actually very excited because the Honorable Prime Minister has given a very nice message, and we are going to be soon releasing these guidelines. Once that is released, we will be doing intensive training programs of sickle cell, including transplant, because transplant is very important. In sickle cell, we think that sickle cell is not such a severe disease, but that is because many of our sickle cell babies are dying before they reach 1 year of age. अभी मैं थोड़ी देर पहले एक जेंटलमैन से बात कर रही थी, तो सिकल सेल की जो इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी है वो उसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। तो अगर हम सिकल सेल डायग्नोज कर लेते हैं और इन बच्चों को 3 महीने से पहले हम पेनिसिलिन दे देते हैं तो ये नहीं मरेंगे। इनफैक्ट अफ्रीका में स्टडीज हैं कि जो सिकल सेल बेबीज थे जिनको पेनिसिलिन दिया गया था उनका सर्वाइवल नॉर्मल बेबी से भी ज़्यादा था। राइट, सो इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव थिंग। सो इसलिए सिकल सेल स्क्रीनिंग करना है। एंड जब हम, बट देयर इज अ डिसएडवांटेज टू दिस। डिसएडवांटेज क्या होगा जब ये बच्चे सर्वाइव करेंगे और बड़े होंगे, then they may need transplant because they will have more severe sickle cell. अभी जो हम लोगों को sickle cell older patients मिलते हैं, वो बेचारे वही हैं जो survive कर गए. They had the milder sickle cell. So there's an advantage, disadvantage to everything, but this is something that we want to do. So I'm sorry it was very technical, but if you can just remember that transplant is important treatment, but हमें बहुत सारी चीजें देखनी, because as I said many times patients come and say, oh but my neighbor you agreed to do his transplant, why you can't do my transplant? But every patient is
Gave us a very good idea that transplant is not the ultimate solution and it depends on many factors. So yeah, and
so it comes back to prevention, and I think that awareness and that prevention, because see how many transplants can you do in a year? I mean, I told you we are now doing about 2,000 transplants, but we are having 20,000 new thalassemia major babies born every year. So how much transplant can you do? Government of India is paying for 100 transplants, but we have 20,000. So prevention. I mean, I wrote a paper with my colleagues on the यहाँ पे blood banking के बहुत सारी बातें हो रही हैं. So in India we collect about 4 million units of blood, but if we continue to have 20,000 thalassemia babies, 20,000 sickle cell babies, and fortunately because of our care they are now surviving longer, by the year 2030 all the blood will go to them. We'll have no blood for anything else. So we have to do protection.
so since you are involved with Delhi School of Public Health, please make a course for social workers on this subject more globally. I think that should give a fair idea. People can be certified based on that. They can work in social sector.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. I am Dr. Deepa Bhatt. I am a genetic counselor in Mysore. I am working for sickle cell disease from past 3 years, and we are now working to establish a population-based hemoglobinopathy registry. In that specifically now almost we have identified 300 plus sickle cell homozygous cases. I am also aware of what is happening at the central level. I being representative from the receiver's end, how shall I go further so that whatever is the facility which is given by the government, so that reaches the needy? Because now I have been with the tribal people for past 3 years, they are highly reluctant to come out of their clusters. So they are not open at all. So what the benefit? Definitely what I have been observing is you from the central end is doing extremely good job, but I find that it is not percolating into the needy person. So how shall we take it further so that your effort is reaching the needy? I also find that the alignment is still missing. So example, yesterday or today morning I attended one of our diagnosed patient who had a cerebral bleed. But when they came to a tertiary care hospital for the VOCs, they said we don't know anything about sickle cell disease, go somewhere else, go to Bangalore. And they can't, their earning, annual income is hardly 10 to 20,000.
Absolutely. No. So I think what you're saying is completely true, and that is why it's very exciting that the Ministry of Tribal Affairs is taking this up. And I think one of the things that you rightly pointed out is that when, so see, most of us live and practice in the urban areas. And a lot of us develop this attitude that we know best. And when you're going in a tribal area or in a rural area, that kind of arrogance is not correct. And we've been fortunate that we've been working with people like Dr. Nand Kumar Menon, right? So he works for the Nilgiri tribals, and he has given us such a lot of insight. So one of the things that he was telling us, in fact, talking to him, I realized that the tribals are actually really good human beings. They, they value life. They, so for them, things like prenatal testing and all is a little bit difficult. So I think when we go as an outsider to these communities, we have to first of all ask them what their problems are. We have to. It's like, if I go into your drawing room and I say, oh, I don't like the way you rearrange your furniture, and it's the first time I've come to you, you'll throw me out. You'll say, please don't come to my house again. So the same way, we can't just go and tell the tribals, oh, this is what you have to do. First, we have to talk to them, we have to understand them, we have to help them with whatever problems they have. They may have infections, they may have other issues. And then gradually, we work with them, and we have to make them understand that, okay, if you take penicillin, if you take hydroxyurea, these are the benefits. And then if you are sick, wouldn't you like to have, other people in your family not sick? So it will take a lot of time, and we need anthropologists, we need social workers, we need counselors, we need people to take that message. There have been many other things, especially for genetics, in other countries where people have gone to the Red Indian community and other places where people have been thrown out. They're like, why are you coming here? You're doing something negative. So I think it's going to, and I think SAKSHAM has the wherewithal to do that. They can build the bond, the network with the community. They can make them, but do it very carefully. And I think some people have done a lot of damage by giving them these yellow cards that, oh, you have sickle cell, don't get married. So that is why I said that in the morning, because there are still doctors and still people who say that. And I'm like, please don't give these kinds of cards, because that's, they don't listen, they don't remember all the things you say, they just remember yellow card, don't get married. So that becomes a stigma. I mean, I'm sure they must have given a lot of good messages. कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है कि वो मतलब आधी बात बोलेगा, but वो पेशेंट को तो एक ही बात याद रहती है, फिर वो उसको कहीं छुपा देगा कि कहीं मेरा कोई येलो कार्ड ना देख ले, तो उसमें फिर then that whole message is gone. So
yes, ma'am, if you think from their angle,
so ये जो top down approach नहीं होना है, top down approach नहीं होना है, साथ में करना है, and SAKSHAM can do that. Nobody else can do that. You and I cannot do this.
yes, ma'am. Thank you for that message.
Ma'am, emotionally longing for luspatercept.
Yes.
Scientifically, whether the risk management is manageable, ma'am, as it carries its own side effects.
The side effects are minimal. There is a risk of thrombosis, blood clotting. That risk is more in patients who've had a splenectomy. So, अगर splenectomy हो गया, then we have to be very, very careful. अगर splenectomy नहीं है, then maybe okay. But of course, we will again, we always have to individualize. So, if you've had a thrombosis before or something, then we'll have to be more careful. Otherwise, it's literally a safe drug. I'm also waiting for it. So, the company has promised me in the next few months.
One last question, maybe, considering time.
I am working with thalassemia patients, and actually my daughter also got transplanted in 2007. From that day, I was started an awareness program on bone marrow making. Till now, I completed 56 transplants and 6 are rejected, and all of the rest of them are good. But there are now I have some problem actually. Conditioning we are doing, four measures we are taking. One is we are maintaining HB level at 10 grams, and we are using glucose filter. And the other one is we are using wash RBC. And the fourth one is the every child we are taking this. But in some patients, those people who are having splenomegaly, the patients who want to come for a transplant, and we are using a hydroxyurea for them to get the result. Is that how much time we can give that hydroxyurea and something?
Okay, so this is a very technical question. So I think we'll talk about it later, because I think that. It's okay? Okay, so hydroxyurea we have also used, not for people with a big spleen, because I don't find it useful there, but in patients who we feel are very high risk of rejection, we've used for 6 to 9 months. You can give, but just monitor the white blood count, because you don't want them to get an infection. Sometimes they get neutropenia with the hydroxyurea. Otherwise, 6 to 9 months really helps these patients and prevents rejection when you do the transplant.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, for that answer. I think we will go to one more
is a continuous session.
So, before we go for next session from Dr. Seth, we have one more topic in between. She can be on the dais. Dr. Here, here, dais. So, yeah. So we have Dr. S.K. Mittal. He is going to talk about hemophilia free India topic and what is the role of SAKSHAM in this. So, Dr. S.K. Mittal. Dr. Mittal is an executive committee member of Hemophilia Federation India, and he is president of Hemophilia Society Mysore chapter and working for blood disorder for almost a decade. So he is going to talk about executive. Yeah. His topic will be hemophilia free India topic, and I also request Dr. Santosh also on the dais to moderate this topic. Now I request Dr. Mittal to talk for next 3 to 4 minutes about hemophilia free India topic and role of SAKSHAM.
My main work is not to moderate but to be a timekeeper. That is what I was told.
Kashinath ji, my friends, office bearers, president, and all secretary, joint secretaries of SAKSHAM, and galaxy of my friend doctors, right from Delhi to Jaipur to all corner of India. In 3 minutes, I can only say that Ramayana, Rama was there, he got Sita, Ravana took Sita, and they went to get Sita back, and Ramayana is over. So, dear friends, I will try to bring this Ramayana in 3 lines, but only thing is, what we expect from a person sitting in the road and what we expect from a national-wide organization like SAKSHAM, what we expect from the world's largest social welfare organization, Sangh Parivar, entire things are different. This is a August gathering where we are not discussing only about the parihara of a disease. We are trying to break the long-grown tree of diseases, like we have attacked on chikungunya or say chechak or cholera or plague or polio. Same way, I got some rings from Dr. Mahavir Saini when he was speaking of eradication of blood disorder, something. Dear friends, last 1 year earlier, I was just thinking that hemophilia is growing by at the rate of 8 to 10% every year. Of course, Hemophilia Federation and the leadership of Shri Vikas Goyal worked too hard, and result was Vanita Shrivastava or Gilani or lot of persons who made this as a part of healthcare of our country, and to best of my knowledge, combined total of all these states and union budget is crossing around 10 billion every year spending on hemophilia. And if it is increasing at the rate of 10%, that means every year budget is also going to increase by 10%. Of course, it is a rare disease. We estimate 1 in 10,000 is a hemophilic patient, 1 in 10,000 is other blood disorder patient. And they need us. But can we stop it? Can we restrict it? So my paper is on that. I am not a technical person. I took the advice from Dr. Tulika Seth when I was in Delhi. We had a long discussion when she told, yes, this issue was actually concerning to Dr. Deepa Bhatt, the lady sitting behind. So dear friends, few lines I will read. hemophilia, an integrated single gen disorder with an incident of 1 per 10,000 birth, manifests as a spontaneous or tremor-indicated episodes in patients of this thing. Hemophilia is an X-linked disorder and other bleeding disorder are both autosomal recessive and dominant. Apart from hemophilia, there are other factor deficiencies also. Hemophilia is a rare genetic blooding disorder that mostly affects males, although women can be carrier. Hemophilia has affected people from all walks of life, including the royal family of Queen Victoria. She lost 2 sons because of hemophilia. Some names I have given, like a great football player, by good comedian, good. So, and we also have one our Arvind here, who is an example of persons who can grow in their life because of this. Disease burden. 80% hemophilia cases are diagnosed in India. Dear friends, first is the diagnosis. In spite of our around 40 years service of hemophilia federation in India, we could diagnose only maybe 20 to 22% of the patients across the nation. That means we have around 26,000 patients registered with us, but we estimate the patients are crossing 1,30,000. So this needs. Hemophilia Federation is serving, we have around 95 centers across the nation. Now, the large patient burden indicates the need for public health intervention, prevention and care. The social cost of hemophilia occur as a consequence of lack of access to treatment and impact patients in terms of morbidity and mortality, schooling and employment. Parents are financially affected due to the out-of-pocket expenditure and experience significant guilt and distress at being unable to offer appropriate treatment to the child. India shall have a nation policy. India shall have a nation policy where SAKSHAM comes, where we can ask the decision makers. So now the burden associated with the disease due to requirement of factor transmission of the fresh frozen plasma or radiate, the affected have to spend a lot of amount due to constant visits to hospital and they are unperfect availability. I can tell you, dear friends, since last 6 months, whole country, particularly Karnataka, is facing the shortage of factor 9. Patients are crying, and each bottle of 500 IL that costs around 8 to 9,000 rupees, which shall be given maybe every month or 2 months. But shortage, in spite of Karnataka state government, thanks to our leaders, purchasing 350 million worth of blood disorder medicines this year, earlier year also. You can understand that what kind of efforts Vikas must have done, HT must have done in last so many years. Dear friends, now the ideal situation is, and the ideal situation would be reduce incident of disease by avoiding the birth of affected child, and in this regard, providing genetic counseling to the affected and their family members would be the first step towards educating and creating awareness on the hereditary basis of the disease. Technical person, doctor, they have spoken about hereditary, they have already mentioned so many things. Dr. Nalini is working, now she is maybe around 77, I shall not tell the age of a lady, but because I attended her 75th birthday, so I can tell that how much work they have done. Kulika, Nalini, and all these things. Awareness is the job of us, SAKSHAM, whatever is there. Providing the mutation responsible and pattern of inheritance for the bleeding disorder would have to further extended family testing. Knowing the mutation, we have to extend the parental testing. Based on the affected status of the baby in the womb, the couple would take decision to continue the pregnancy. Dear friends, of course, you will be listening, Dr. Deepa, but she will be giving you all technical that because she has already told all this thing. And so now, what is this? That one is the carrier is the mother, not the father. Now both have to work.
Literally have to intervene. It's already 6 minutes. Take 2 or 3 more minutes.
You say, then I will stop it. It will already be put already. Change this page.
Yes, no problem.
Yes. Yes.
Mass public awareness, identification, required treatment can reduce the hemophilic birth, and in turn, in 20 years span, our nation can achieve the status of hemophilia free India. Hemophilia Mukt Bharat. The cost of disease management is very high compared to the cost of genetic testing confirmation and medical management to restrict hemophilic birth. 5% of present budget on hemophilia, if allocated, can bring the required result. And this will cover awareness campaign, first case in family, subsequent family member testing per person, initial testing by chronic sampling or per pregnancy testing, separation, IVF, etc. Nationwide cumulative cost may be rupees 50 crores, and which will reverse the retail vicious being opposite to turn we may declare hemophilia free India, hemophilia Mukt Bharat in 2 years. Thank you, dear friends. We shall work apart from serving the poorest poor, the patient, whether whichever blood disorder, like I mentioned that we shall have comprehensive blood disorder centers. But in the meantime, certain things we shall think about the eradication of this also. Thank you, dear friends. Thanks, Doctor, giving me the opportunity. And if I have taken more time, you can compensate from Nalisate or Divasate.
Thank you, Dr. S.K. Mittalji. Now I would like to give a token of respect from SAKSHAM to Dr. S.K. Mittalji. I request Dr. Santosh ji to hand over this memento to Dr. S.K. Mittalji. I request our state president, Dr. C. Vasant Madhaji, also to take the stage. Kindly hand over. So now,
Just try to let me moderate.
yeah.
Yeah. Right. So may I request, may I also request Raghurandan ji, also from Kerala, kindly come on to the dais. And also I request Dr. Sudhir Kulkarni, kindly join, sir. So, just wrapping up what Dr. Mittalji has said, I think the Canada team has to work towards hemophilia Mukt Bharat, and should contemplate what best can be done at the public health level. Probably formulate some of the guidelines for public health. See how prevention, I was also saying, how prevention can take a bigger seat than treatment. And how, not just ASHAs, but we need to involve a parallel workforce, especially the disability sector in NGOs and everyone, so that the awareness is created. So, this paper can be the starting first step, and probably a larger policy paper can be revised and designed to make hemophilia. So now over to Dr. Tulika. Please, we are all waiting eagerly.
So, wonderful. So, we're now, today we're discussing 3 different disorders: hemophilia, thalassemia, sickle cell. They all are part of the blood, and we've already had excellent talks on sickle cell and thalassemia. So now I'm going to talk about hemophilia. Next, please. So I know this actually should have come at the beginning, but if you look at these are the chromosomes that we have in our body. Now these chromosomes are very important because all of us have exactly the same number of chromosomes. We have 22 pairs. These are the autosomes, and then depending on whether you're a male or a female, you'll have either 2 X chromosomes if you're a female and 1 X and Y if you're male. And this is how all humans are made. Now, every cell in our body has these chromosomes, and every cell as it regenerates or as it grows, sometimes there may be a defect in the copy, and sometimes those defects can be very minor and they don't make a difference, and sometimes those defects can go on to lead to many diseases like cancer. And if they happen in the sex chromosomes, these defects, then they go on to the next generation. So all of us have genes, and if you look at all of us, we all will have some mutations. Fortunately, all of those mutations don't cause big problems, but sometimes they do. So the other 3 things that are common to these 3 disorders that we're talking today is one, ये तीनों खून की बीमारियां हैं, और ये तीनों mutations genes की वजह से भी हैं. Next, please. Okay, so hemophilia affects the child right from his birth till old age. Next. So it's an inherited bleeding disorder, and it leads to deficiency of 2 different factors. They're not in the same patient. So either the patient will have deficiency of factor 8 or he'll have deficiency of factor 9. It's an X-linked disorder, which means that only the males manifest the disease and the females are the carriers. And it's a rare disorder, so that's why we don't do population-based screening, because it's a rare disorder. And it can lead to disability and unfortunately reduced life expectancy. Next. Next, please. Now, this is an important thing. Now, whenever the male has hemophilia, so this is a patient who's got an X chromosome which he inherited, and this has the mutation. So he has hemophilia, he has a bleeding disorder, he'll get bleeding spontaneously or with minor injury, and he needs treatment. Now, if he marries a normal lady, so the patient, the hemophilia patient marries a normal woman, all of his sons will be normal. So that's the good thing. All his sons will be normal. But all his daughters will be carriers. So this is called an obligate carrier. It is compulsory. So many times we have a father who has hemophilia and he says, well, I want to get my daughter tested. Is she a carrier or not? She will be a carrier. Right? So we don't need to get her tested. She will be a carrier. There is no other way. Now when this daughter, she gets married, if she marries a normal person, she can have a normal son. She can have a son who may be affected with hemophilia. She can have a daughter who is not a carrier, or she can have a daughter who is a carrier. So that means that carrier females can have normal children. So I want to emphasize this point because I know of some ladies who are carriers and they have not gotten married because somebody told them, oh, you are a carrier, so you should not get married. So that is not correct. Right? So again, that stigma comes in, and some ladies will say, okay, I will not get married. Other ladies may hide, and they may get married, and then they may end up with a son who has hemophilia. So it's important to know what it is. If you have a woman who is a hemophilia patient, it is allowed in India to do prenatal testing. Now you may say, oh, what will happen, if she has a boy or a girl, will they tell her that she has a boy or a girl? No. As per the rules, they will check, they'll do the prenatal testing. If it is a girl, they don't do any testing further. They won't test for hemophilia because it's a girl. They don't say, but they won't give the report at that time. What they'll do is, if it's a boy, they'll do the test, and if it's hemophilia, they'll tell you have an affected child. And if it's a non-affected child, they'll say you have a non-affected child. The non-affected child could be a boy who does not have hemophilia, or it could be a girl. And if it's a girl, they don't check if she's carrier or not carrier because that is not required in utero, right? So the report will be only two. It will be affected child or unaffected child. So we are not going against the rules of our country, which are against prenatal sex determination. So that is perfectly safe, but you can make sure if you are knowing that you are a carrier, that whether you are going to have a boy who's got hemophilia or not. The one thing that I need to next, put the next slide. So here 50% of her sons have hemophilia and 50% of her daughters will be carriers, but carriers are okay. They can go on to be married and have children. One other thing I just have to say is that the family history of hemophilia is there in about 60 to 70% of families. There are about 30% where there is no family history of the mother or any other people in the family having hemophilia. So this can be a new mutation. So even though we can eradicate thalassemia, and some countries like Italy, Cyprus, Sardinia have completely eradicated thalassemia major from their countries. Sickle cell, nobody has done a program because mostly it affects Africa and their poor countries. But unfortunately, even if we do a hemophilia program, we will never be able to eradicate the spontaneous new mutation. So it will technically never be zero, but we can reduce the numbers. Next please. So all hemophilia patients, for the people here who don't know what hemophilia is, so अगर आपको मालूम नहीं कि hemophilia क्या होता है, ये आपके बॉडी में एक प्रोटीन है जिसकी कमी से खून नहीं जमता है. तो जैसे हम एक ग्लास पानी लें और हम प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस का पाउडर उसमें मिला दें और थोड़ी देर घुमाते रहें, हम थोड़ी देर छोड़ दें, तो क्या हो जाएगा? थोड़ी देर के बाद वो जम जाएगा, ठीक है, ठोस हो जाता है. तो उसी तरह से हमारे ब्लड में कुछ प्रोटीन्स हैं जो चोट लगती है या कोई ऑपरेशन होता है या हमें ज़रूरत होती है, तो वो प्रोटीन्स लिवर से निकलती हैं और वो ब्लड को जमा देती है. तो इसलिए जब हमारी चोट लगती है तो थोड़ी देर तक खून बहता है, फिर थोड़ी देर के बाद खून बंद हो जाता है, राइट. तो जिनकी बॉडी में ये क्लॉटिंग प्रोटीन्स नहीं है या बहुत कम है, तो उनको चोट लगती है तो कई दिन तक ब्लीडिंग हो सकती है, और कभी कभी बिना चोट लगे सिर्फ जो खून का बहाव, जो खून के प्रेशर से ही ब्लीडिंग हो जाती है. सो इन पेशेंट्स को हम बोलते हैं हीमोफीलिया. तो इनको कई तरह की ब्लीडिंग हो सकती है. स्पॉन्टेनियसली जॉइंट्स में हो सकती है, मसल्स. तो जो हमारा जॉइंट होता है, अगर उसमें ब्लीडिंग होता है तो जॉइंट में जंग लग सकता है और फिर आपका जॉइंट डैमेज हो सकता है. और मसल्स में है तो वहाँ पे पेन होगा, और कई बार मसल भी सिकुड़ जाता है और ब्रेन में भी होता है. नेक्स्ट. सो और जिन पेशेंट्स में फैक्टर लेवल 1% से भी कम है, तो इनको हम बोलते हैं सिवियर हीमोफीलिया, बिकॉज इनको आप बैठे बैठे, जैसे हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं, उनका ब्लीडिंग हो सकता है ब्रेन में या कहीं पर. नेक्स्ट. सो इसमें हीमोफीलिया ए है, हीमोफीलिया बी है. हीमोफीलिया ए में फैक्टर 8 की डिफिशिएंसी है, हीमोफीलिया बी में फैक्टर 9 की डिफिशिएंसी है, और ये सिवियर, माइल्ड या मॉडरेट हो सकता है डिपेंडिंग कि कितना फैक्टर लेवल है. नेक्स्ट. एंड जैसे मैंने बताया कुछ रिस्क की एरियाज है, तो ब्रेन में जो ब्लीडिंग है वो उससे जान भी जा सकती है. गले में ब्लीडिंग है तो उससे भी जान जा सकती है. इलियोसोअस ब्लीड अंदर पेट के पीठ की तरफ होता है, उसमें बहुत एक बार 3 लीटर खून जमा हो जाता है और ऊपर से कुछ नहीं दिखता है. तो अगर आपका 2-3 लीटर उसमें चला गया तो उसमें भी जान जा सकती है. ठीक है. तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि 60 to 70% में फैमिलीज होते हैं, जो बच्चे का मामा है या मौसी के बच्चे हैं या नाना है, उनको हो सकता है हीमोफीलिया है. सो देयर may be some family history where the maternal uncle or the maternal grandfather had hemophilia, but 30% will have no family history. Now the diagnosis is made by laboratory test. We do an APTT which is very long and the PT is normal. When you have this kind of a coagulation study, then it is very likely to be hemophilia. Next. And then we do the factor assay to see is it hemophilia A or hemophilia B, because the hemophilia A medicine will only work in hemophilia A. If you give a hemophilia B patient the hemophilia A medicine, it will not work. And then we need to know how much is the factor so that we can decide how much of the factor we have to give. Next. So counseling is very important whenever there is a bleed. We have to do something for price. I'll just talk about that. So first we have to prevent injury. Prevention is always important. So बच्चों को बताना होता है कि play carefully and other things. Then we give the factor therapy, price, exercise, pain management, and physiotherapy or rehabilitation. So all of these things are required for joint bleeding management. Next. So the counseling, we have to do the counseling of the families. I get a lot of families who are quite motivated. They want to do prenatal testing, but they come on a Saturday and they don't know the mutation. They don't know if they're a carrier. The woman is pregnant. She's about 10 weeks pregnant, and she wants the prenatal testing. So that becomes a very stressful thing. So first we have to do the mutation in the affected patient. Once we know the mutation, then we have to do the carrier testing. Carrier testing ideally should be before pregnancy, and जब आप pregnant हैं, then we have to do the prenatal testing. So it's 1, 2, 3. पहले हमें mutation देखना है, फिर carrier testing, फिर prenatal testing. So please remember, you can't do the prenatal testing without the mutation and without the carrier status. We also have to do a lot of treatment counseling, and we have to counsel them about the complications like inhibitor risk. Many patients get blood products or transfusion risk, and the risk of disability. Next. So what is price therapy? Price is, the first is P stands for protection, R is rest, I is ice, C is compression, E is elevation. And these things all have to be done because many times we have patients who have pain and they keep coming to us and saying, please give me factor, but they don't do all of these other things. So this is also important. Only giving factor will not remove it. Factor is not a pain medicine. So a lot of times people come and they treat factor 8 or factor 9 as if it's a pain medicine. It is not a pain medicine. These things are just as important. Next. So clotting factors are very important. And we are lucky in India, we now have many companies that give us recombinant as well as plasma-derived clotting factors, and the factors that we have in India are all very safe and effective. Next. And we can calculate for hemophilia A patients, we do a different calculation because the half-life of the factor is shorter, and 1 unit of factor raises the level by 2%. In factor 9, 1 unit raises by 1%, but the half-life is longer. So the doctor will tell you what the dose is depending on whether you are a severe hemophilia or a mild hemophilia, and according to the body weight of the person. So obviously a child will require less factor and an adult will require more factor. Next. And depending on the type of bleed also we give different factors. So if you have a brain bleed, we want to do 100% correction. Why? Because if we don't treat it, the patient can die. If you have maybe a muscle or a superficial muscle or a joint bleed, we can give less factor. And the duration of treatment for a brain bleed is actually, sometimes we can have to give it for a month. For other bleeds, we can give it for a few days. Next. So unfortunately in India, because prophylaxis means that we give the factor, clotting factor before you have a bleed. So that is very less. Most of our patients, they have a bleed, they go to their government center and they get factor either from the HTC or from the government sector. That is called on demand. So that means you have a problem and then you get the injection, which will help it get better quickly, but it won't prevent the problem. In prophylaxis, we prevent the problem. So I have about 80 children who are from ESI and they are on prophylaxis. So we give them 2 or 3 injections of clotting factor every week. They go to school, they play sports, they're just like normal children. In fact, many times the mother will say, "Oh, aaj aaya nahi, uska sports day tha." And I'm very happy because we want them to play. Next. So in prophylaxis, what we do is we give a low dose of factor, looking at the half-life, so every other day or every third day, and that keeps the factor level above 1%. So we've technically converted a severe hemophilia where the factor was less than 1% to a moderate hemophilia where the factor level is 4 to 1%. So these patients don't have spontaneous bleeds. They will still have a bleed if they have an injury. So prophylaxis patients, if they get an injury, they will need extra factor. But at the moment in India, we are, except in Tamil Nadu, the government is not allowing prophylaxis. But CGHS, ESI patients are on prophylaxis, but we're hoping to convince the government to let, at least for the children, to go on to low dose prophylaxis. Next. So prophylaxis basically means that for the whole year, we're giving factor at 2 or 3 times per week, and we should start this before 3 years of age, because if you start prophylaxis late, then already the joints are destroyed, and if the joints are destroyed, then the joint will not get better by giving the prophylaxis. So we want to prevent the joint destruction. So this is something that we are working with the government. We are hoping it can happen. I think even if a few states can start it, that will motivate other states to do it, and we can pressurize the government more. Next, please. So an interesting thing is something called inhibitors. Now, because this protein is not in the body, sometimes when some children are given factor VIII, they develop inhibitors. So कुछ बच्चों में जब हम factor VIII देते हैं, उनको एक complication हो जाता है, उसको बोलते हैं inhibitor. ये सब में नहीं होता है, ठीक है? And generally families में होता है. Now this is a problem that happens mostly in certain families. So if one brother has an inhibitor, the other brother is very likely to get an inhibitor. Or if the uncle has an inhibitor, the nephew may get an inhibitor. So the risk factor is mostly due to the mutation, but it may be other factors also. And but a lot of times families were worried that if we take prophylaxis, will it increase the inhibitor risk? No, it's just the opposite. Patients who are on the on-demand have a much higher inhibitor risk. Patients on prophylaxis have a much lower inhibitor risk. So this was one study from 2007. This is another study from 2010. Again, patients who are on the prophylaxis, very low inhibitor risk. So the risk of inhibitors is reduced by prophylaxis. I can't repeat this enough. This is very, very important. So if possible to get prophylaxis, please take it. Not only does it prevent joint destruction, it reduces the risk of inhibitors. Next. So once you've got a damaged and spoiled joint, so this is a joint which is completely destroyed. Giving factor every day is also not going to fix this. It's gone. So that's why we have to work hard to prevent this situation. Then sometimes patients get pseudotumors where sometimes they need amputation or they need surgery. So again, giving factor now is too late. So you have to give the things at the right time in order to prevent these problems. Next. So patients who are on prophylaxis, they have less bleeds and ultimately they have much better joint health, while patients who are on demand, that is, who already got a bleed, you will have some joint damage and they can have up to 17 to 20 bleeds in a year. While somebody is on prophylaxis, and this is patients who are not on primary prophylaxis but on secondary prophylaxis, they can have 3 or 4 bleeds. So having 3 or 4 bleeds versus 17 bleeds, it's a huge difference. So it's very important. If we can, we must work towards prophylaxis. Next. So now we have many other products. Earlier we just used to have those normal products. Now we have something called extended half-life or long-acting products. So which means for factor 9, you can give one injection of clotting factor once every 10 days or 2 weeks. And for factor 8, we can give it maybe once a week. So again, these are better. They're just really new in the market. They're a little bit more expensive, but for a child who's getting 2 to 3 injections per week, if you go down to 1 injection per week, that's a big benefit for the child. Next. Physiotherapy is most important. So just like we talked about price, if you're just taking factor and you're not doing physiotherapy to strengthen the muscles and to make sure the patient is flexible and there's no joint problems, you again will not get a good outcome. So the physiotherapy, we always explain, we send the patient to physiotherapy, and we do physiotherapy assessments for the joints. So this is again a very, very important thing. When they have a bleed also, we have to do different physiotherapy, and to prevent the bleed also, there's very important things. So patients who have good, strong muscles are less likely to have bleeding with minor injuries. Next. Sometimes patients need surgery. Whenever surgery is done in a hemophilia patient, this is a big deal. So अगर किसी पेशेंट का हीमोफीलिया है, उसको छोटे हॉस्पिटल में सर्जरी नहीं करानी चाहिए, उसको बड़े सेंटर में कराना होगा, एंड उसमें प्लानिंग करना होता है, इनहिबिटर का टेस्टिंग करना है, सब फैक्टर का प्रबंध करना है. हीमोफीलिया फेडरेशन हमें काफ़ी इसमें सहयोग देता है, एंड पूरा आपको तैयार करके फिर आपको ऑपरेशन करना चाहिए. एंड उस टाइम पे हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा फैक्टर 100% लेवल तक करना होगा. नेक्स्ट. सो इनहिबिटर सबसे ज़्यादा डेंजरस होता है, बिकॉज जब किसी पेशेंट में इनहिबिटर बन जाता है तो उसमें फैक्टर 9 अब काम नहीं करेगा. So the medicine that we were giving to prevent bleeding, now that medicine will fail. So this is a really big problem because now you're back to square one, and what do you do? Next. So inhibitors are formed due to many factors, of which the mutation that is in the family is very important. There are some other factors, like some people think of the product intensity. So patients who are on demand, so if they had an infection or a big injury and they got a lot of factor, that also can risk them getting an inhibitor, which is why prophylaxis, when we give small doses of factor regularly, that reduces it. And then there are other things. Whenever the bleeding is not being controlled, or you're needing a lot of factor, or they have unusual bleeding, we must suspect inhibitor. Also, in small children, the initial first 20 exposures we have to be careful, because during that time they may develop an inhibitor. The protection of the prophylaxis happens after 20 exposures. So ये सब जगह हैं जहाँ पे हमें inhibitor के लिए testing करना चाहिए. Next. अगर inhibitors हो गया है तो हमें एक तो bleeding का management differently करना है, और फिर अगर कोशिश हो सकती है तो inhibitor को खत्म करना है. Next. So bleeding कैसे manage करेंगे? अब तो factor तो काम नहीं करेगा, तो अब हमें bypassing agents use करना पड़ता है. Next. तो bypassing agents हमारे पास fever and recombinant factor 7 है, and अब कुछ newer agents आ रहे हैं जैसे emicizumab. So ये हमें जो factor 8, factor 9 का जो clotting pathway को bypass करता है, तो ये bleeding को hemophilia patients जिसमें inhibitors हैं वो use हो सकता है. Next. So ये fever का dose है, ये recombinant factor 7 का dose है. Fever long acting है, उसका 12 घंटे तक असर होता है. जो recombinant factor 7 है, उसका 2-3 घंटे तक एक्शन होता है. तो अगर सर्जरी होगा तो आपको हर 2-3 घंटे में recombinant factor 7 रिपीट करना पड़ेगा. इसलिए सर्जरी के लिए हम फीवर रेकमेंड करते हैं. recombinant factor 7 हम दूसरे छोटे ब्लीडिंग एपिसोड्स में यूज कर सकते हैं. So both of them are useful. They both available. This has a longer half life, so better for surgery. This has a very short half life. You have to repeat it every 2-3 hours. Next. There are also, as I said, some newer factors. So emicizumab has been approved. This we can use in patients with or without inhibitors. And there are some other new things like concizumab, fitusiran. There are also some gene therapy trials. अब इंडिया में भी gene therapy trials हो रहे हैं. अभी regular OPD treatment नहीं है. अगर trials में patients को adenovirus की antibody नहीं है, तो adenovirus vector के साथ gene therapy की trials अभी फिलहाल ही शुरू हुई है. I think Dr. Cecil Ross का एक patient gene therapy trial पे है. Next. So in summary, it's a bleeding disorder which is inherited. We need the correct diagnosis. Treatment is clotting factors, and we now have some newer longer acting and other products. Physiotherapy is very essential, including price therapy. We must watch for inhibitors. Good treatment can prevent disability. I have patients who are ESI on prophylaxis, and they are actually playing sports. They're able to do everything. So lifelong care is required, and if we do genetic counseling and prenatal testing, we may be able to prevent the birth of an affected child in a known family. Thank you. Okay, so acquired hemophilia is actually a completely different condition. This happens in two populations. One is pregnant women, and one is elderly people, which can be male or female. So these are people who were normal before. So it is not an inherited condition. It is an acquired condition. So either they develop some antibodies, or they have an autoimmune disease, and sometimes we've seen it with low-grade malignancies. So for that, we can we give immunosuppressive medicine, and it can be cured. So the acquired hemophilia can be removed. So we see like 1 or 2 patients every year, and they become fine.
Small question. The total burden of hemophilia, how much percentage is through inheritance, and how much is through mutation?
So The exact numbers we don't know. So the exact numbers we don't know. We think it's about 60 to 70% is the inherited. We do find cases when we diagnose a child with hemophilia, the mother has a mutation, but her brothers are fine and there's no other family history, so there can be. Now, a very interesting thing that I have to tell you is that in the West, because their awareness is very good, and so in the families where they have hemophilia, now they're not having hemophilia boys anymore, okay? But then what happens is that the hemophilia patients they have there are the ones who have the spontaneous mutations. So the thing is that, nature, I don't know, it has some sort of a balance. So in the West, this 60-70% is not there. It is more than 50% are spontaneous mutations because the families who have the history are doing the treatments.
Ma'am, that may be because, now the awareness is increasing and more people are getting to
Which was why I said that perhaps hemophilia we may not be able to eradicate. Thalassemia we proven. Sickle cell nobody's tried, but I think we may be able to do it. But again, one thing I just want to say about sickle, because I think what ma'am had said was very important about, we have to be careful when we go to tribal areas, right? Tribals, they have a very nice culture, they want to protect their culture. I have spoken to an anthropologist who is working, I think, in Hyderabad, and she told me that in many places people in the villages are against sickle cell screening because they're saying, the government is coming and they want to reduce our population. Right? So we have to be very, very sensitive because they don't understand why we're doing it. So first we have to explain to them the benefit. Go slowly, build up trust, let them understand. You can't just go and say, oh, we're going to do, prenatal testing, because see, once you do prenatal testing, you have to do abortion. So you can't rush these things. These things have to be done slowly. You have to get the awareness level to a certain extent. And once they understand, then when they come and ask for it, like the thalassemia patients, they come and they ask for it. The hemophilia patients, they come and ask for it. So that is fine. But for sickle cell, don't force.
Ma'am, you are an institution. As long as you are there, questions will keep coming. You will get paid. So I think Hare Krishna ji.
Thank you, Dr. Tulika Sethi, I think with the second session on diagnosis, prevention and treatment of rehabilitation of hemophilia, we will move on to the next session related to the same topic, particularly from the parents of persons with hemophilia aspect. I will call upon Shri E. Raghunandanji. He will be going to talk next about parents aspects for persons with hemophilia. Dr. Shri E. Raghunandanji, having around 35 years of association with the Hemophilia Federation in India, and he was with HFI as a EC member and Regional Council Chairman for 20 years. At present, he is a Chairman, State Coordination Committee of Kerala Chapters, and he is a founder, Hemophilia Society, Kunnamkulam Chapter, and he is still continuing as a General Secretary there, and he is a 72 years old young man, and Prabhush Pramukh, Kerala State SAKSHAM Pranada, and he is father of persons with hemophilia, and started Kannan Memorial Charitable Trust in 2010. We request Shri Raghunandanji to be on the dais and share his experience and guidance to the audience.
I can tell more about him.
Thank you. Last question. That's all.
You want me to put plaster?
Yeah. See, he had a son, 1987, hemophilia. He diagnosed with severe when he was 3 months old. And we were getting the factor from Delhi. FI office. That time it was only 1 rupee cost. And now after that, when I started to, that time I was very active in politics, so I was doing the whole Kerala. So I noticed from the medical colleges and district hospitals, a lot of bleeding disorder patients are there. I don't know that what is hemophilia at that time. Very few people I noticed. So I thought that nearing two districts and the nearby districts, they have to start a treatment center. So in Dimani Hospital, I started a treatment center 1992 with the support of Dr. Jacob Matthew, who trained from schools. Next. See, as a father with hemophilics, up to the schooling he was okay. He was playing with all his friends. He was quite happy. But after starting his schooling, he was very active in the ground. So swelling and the muscles in the joints and muscles. So he started to feel something very bad and unbearable pain. So he thought that he is something special from the other children. He realized that it is incurable. He asked so many times that, Baba, can I come out from this pain? Can I live without pain? Can I live without disability? It's a lifelong disease. See, he was having the pain always, twice or thrice in a week. So he realized that he cannot live as a normal child as others. So anxiety over education and his future, he realized that the scenario is changed. Next. Everybody knows that, many parents knows that they are unable to send their child regularly to the school. But he is getting some special attention from the school and parents and relatives. And teachers and friends, relatives are giving special attention. Sometimes they are bleeding in front of in a function or in the mood. They are no, you don't jump, you don't run, you don't do. Like that, that he's feeling that he is alienated from the society and the other rest activities. Next. Actually, why it is happening? Still I am telling that ignorance of the parents, teachers, sorry ma'am, including doctors. See, what is happening? They are advising, don't send your school, the boy regularly to the school, or don't allow him to play with cricket or football. We usually, when we conduct a camp, what we will do? We will ask them to play. Don't worry, we are having enough factor. Early morning, we are giving the factor. You play cricket. See, we are giving the confidence, but at that time, we don't know how to manage it. Doctors also don't know how to advise us. Then frequent hospitalization, we don't know. So if the boy complains that I am having the pain, then immediately the hospital providing the factor. Transfusion infection. We are not rich people, especially in our area. Very few people are rich who can manage with factor replacement. So what do you do? At that time, blood, FFP, cryo, those materials with the we are managing. So what is happening? The doctors are saying, don't take it, don't take that because transfusion transmitted infections. Lot of boys. I remember that in 2000 that time, 1999, I don't remember the year, Bharat serums produced one. Dr. Nalini, do you remember that? Bharat serums produced one. Yes. And lot of hemophilia affected, infections. So many boys died during hemophilia. And at that time, we are afraid how we can manage our children. We don't know how to manage. See, second thing, when a boy go to the school or college, what is happening? He is getting some friends. Boys are telling, no, don't touch him. We will start now. Girls who are very close, friendly with him, telling that, you are nice. But, I'm sorry, I cannot be a good friend of yours. I cannot be a partner. I know this from my chapter, more than 4 or 5 boys. The girlfriends rejected their friendship. So how is the studies also reflected? Because they are alienated. They don't know how to pull on their life. Next. See, depression, see that time, now we are getting factored from through NHM, in Kerala, Ashadhara. So, infusion of blood, he is reluctant to go. When the doctors know that at the time of window period, if you take the products, what will happen? There are chances. So, he is thinking that if I take this plasma, what will happen next time? It may be infected or not. And as it was affordable, painkillers, now still in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, I heard that some boys are still taking these painkiller tabs or injections. Early madam knows well that. See, we cannot, when they get the pain, NHM won't allow to give for each and every episode provide factor. So what do you do? Give paracetamol or some that type of painkillers. So after some times, depression time also, if they take the painkillers, the depression will start. And it's a order. And it happened in 2010, April 10th, he died. Next. We started, I told you earlier, 1992 we started a treatment center at Children's Hospital, but plaster. 1996 we started. We registered with the Hemophilia Federation, 1996. At the beginning it was only 28 boys with their families, but girls with the disorder. Now we are having 57 girls with the disorder. 57. Factor 30, class no prognosis, like that. Lot of. Do you remember, Tulkaji, when we were discussing about won't be Ibrahim? I have to tell you each and everybody, won't believe that is the most dangerous bleeding disorder. On that area we have to concentrate. Kashinathji, do you remember that? Yeah. So a lot of old milligram patients are also with us. And total our numbers are 474. Availability of 3 factor at present we are having, but it is not enough. But we are getting some support from abroad. Save Our Life, American NGO, and we are regularly doing carrier detection prenatal diagnosis through CUC. Now we started in Kerala and Amrita also. Neeraj Siddharthan is there. Next. And we started, I told you earlier, I mentioned 2010, April 10th my son died. So we started a trust within 2 months. And fortunately, we donated 20 cents of land for that. Fortunately, our friends and relatives donated, supported. And we constructed a building of 6,000 square feet, 2-floor building. And there is an office with 3 staff, 1 cook, physiotherapist. My wife is doing, she was an advocate, but after my son's death, she changed to be a psychologist. She took a degree master degree from Hyderabad. and she is a psychotherapist now, doing psychology counseling work. And physiotherapy rehabilitation center we are having. And we also constituted one national award for a good volunteer or a doctor on the name of Kanajaal Trust. Every year we are giving. This year we gave that award to Karnataka Dr. Suresh Rayawadi. We gave the first award to Dr. Ghosh. Second was Dr. Nalini. Third was for Annama Kuliyan, I think. Fourth was Usha Parsari. Then Dr. Madhav Prasad from Andhra Pradesh this year. So doctors are waiting now. Their list are with us. Next. See our outfit. We are providing the training for patients, families, professionals, social workers and volunteers. Conducting CMEs for the medical professions. Awareness programs in schools and colleges. Fortunately, I think that with proud I can inform you that more than 1,000 institutions we have done this awareness program. Schools, colleges, including Calicut universities, medical colleges, some institute also, engineering college, and advocacy with the government and corporates. And still it is continuing. We are getting support for whole Kerala. I think that better than other states, we are getting the support from NH. And we are having enough publications. And we published one book last month. Goa governor released that book about hemophilia in regional language, 427 pages. And Medical University Vice Chancellor Kutas, he received that book. It is published. And like that, we also earlier we printed one another book regarding physiotherapy. And still we are continuing our process of printing other literature regarding that ODD branch. I gave it to Smriti that time. Okay, next. This is a book. Our president, retired Professor Gokul Das, wrote this book with the guideline of hematologist from Kerala, Rectum Prananavadam, blood is life, hemophilia and other bleeding disorders.
If you could translate it in English, we are all not able to read.
Yeah, that we will do it somehow. We will get it. Next. This Archbishop from Trichy attended that program, Governor of Goa, who has Vice Chancellor, that is the Director of the Mission Medical College. There we are having our HTC also. Next. Two boys with the ICD. Both are inhibitors. Brothers. Next. My wife is talking. Next. Physiotherapy. Next. This is a program at a women's college. Our president is in awareness class at the school. At Nun, she is our vice president. She is with us. She is a doctor. He is a comedian, very famous in Kerala, Mamukoya. That boys raised 4.5 lakh rupees and gave to us to construct our team. This is me, a great tourism site. Thank you. So one second. I want to tell you something. What is my qualification to work in this field? 65 years Sankha Swayam Seva.
Becoming old, it shows.
Because another bigger qualifications is
Father of Kangan.
Dhanyawad, Shri Raghunandan ji. Now I request Shri Raghunandan ji and Shri Sudhir Kulkarni ji to be on the dais. And I request Shri.
For Tulika ma'am, she has to leave.
Yeah, so I also request Shri Tulika ji also to be on the stage, and I request Shri Sudhir Kulkarni ji to moderate the question and answer from the audience. Anything related to the topic.
In the meantime, Bhabiji, this summer Raghunandan is better half. Please, everybody should see. You are equally responsible for whatever good has happened and eternal memory.
Friends, first of all, let me thank the organizers of SAKSHAM and Pranada for giving us all this opportunity to come together and discuss about these troublesome, rare bleeding disorders and trying to find out a way ahead for a better future for all these large number of hidden patients of bleeding disorders in this country. We have heard since morning about sickle cell, you have heard about thalassemia, you have heard recently about hemophilia also. You must have come to know there is a large number of patients who are still not diagnosed because of certain problems. Some are inaccessible, some are reluctant, some are not found because of the ignorance of, basically I will say, of the medical fraternity. I am a doctor practicing for 45 years and I am working for hemophilia for last 22 years, and I have come across so many postgraduate qualified doctors who don't know what is hemophilia and how to treat hemophilia. If this is the situation, I was just telling Dr. Santosh, first of all, we should be hitting on the medical profession. Creating awareness in the common man is going to be difficult because, as Dr. Tulika was saying, tribals are reluctant to come forward.
Okay, then we can have questions for them.
If you have any medical questions regarding hemophilia, Dr. Tulika will answer your questions, and because she has to leave back for Delhi.
Any questions? Any questions from the
Any
audience?
question on any blood disorder, you can please ask. Next 2-3 minutes. Ili aache band gaadi nilchi bartave.
I have just add to point that Dr. Kulkarni sir has made. Also what Kanajaal has suggested. I mean, if we can, I don't know how exactly we can structure, but from the NMC point of view, National Medical Commission point of view, if we can have a fellowship program for especially pediatricians, because most of the cases land up in pediatrics or orthopedics, and these people actually are the people who actually deal with these cases initially, and then probably very late they come to. So I would be very, very happy to coordinate this efforts in the Medical Commission on a 1-year fellowship program on hemophilia and other blood disorders. And if they can be of assistance, especially at the district levels, hospitals and stuff, so that the cases have a free referral. And unless you develop a cadre, I don't think you can train the whole of Indian medical system.
No, I'm cutting you short, but that's no, because I completely agree with what you're saying. So the reason I got very interested in the bleeding disorders is that there is WHO statistics. It says once you have cured or controlled most infectious diseases, the dominant diseases will be genetic. So we have to really focus not only on these 3 bleeding disorders, but the cadre should also make sure that doctors are aware more about genetic diseases, how to do counseling for affected families, how to do counseling for screening. Right? So if somebody is a carrier, you can't sit and say, oh, you will get this, you will have that. But the carrier person is normal. But you have to do counseling in different ways. I think the point you made is absolutely important, and yes, indeed, if you can help us with the NMC, I think this would really go a long way, because how you do the counseling can completely traumatize the patient and make them go into depression. And we've seen marriages that are broken and so many other problems, or you can do it in a good way where it will benefit the whole society.
Can I answer quickly?
Ma'am, 1 minute. I think Dr. Deepa has a question for a long time. I cut her short. Sorry, please. After her. Yeah. Abhijit, you please finish. Ma'am, after that.
Please give equal importance to general counseling. I'm not telling about the JT counseling. Okay.
But I talked about this, I talked about injury prevention and all the medicine, so that also.
As much as the physiotherapy is important to hemophilics, general counseling is also, because it is a lifelong process.
Rather than a question or request, ma'am, since you are close to the policy makers, one, since the postgraduate curriculum is becoming a competency based now, as sir suggested, probably for some of the disciplines you can make a module where they can address these common diseases, number one. And second thing is like not to restrict these only to the government. Like now Udaan has come, when I mailed to the DBT, they said that this facility is available only for the government medical colleges. So this is one where when we compare the ratio of government to the private medical colleges, it's huge differences there, and also not that a private graduate will not go and become a government medical doctor. So this is where certain things are missing, probably in your policy or anything the draft which you are preparing, if these are also considered. And even now I am working in a private sector, but because I am not in a government part, I am not getting many of the facilities. I have to be behind for so many permissions and all. So this, yes ma'am, anybody, like it could be made as whoever is passionate enough, but you can come forward. So I think if it is open, including the NGOs, so collaboration as madam said, and also it could be made like wherever the sickle cell is more, you can have a counselor mandate. And I have realized working with government now, anything comes from government itself will be beneficial and it will run in over a period of time. Because I have a project which finishes in 3 years, now I have gained the trust of people, tomorrow I don't have money to continue it. So where will I go? So I think something has to be made, at least public-private partnership also could be made in this regard. Thank you.
You made a good point, especially in the eradication of tuberculosis, especially in the recent program, the partnership of government and private practitioners, listing of TB cases by government and private, and how even a case which goes to a private practitioner, they have roped in NGOs to go and see whether the patient has taken the medication or not. And there is a very systematic effort. Now that could be one example which we can quote, because in policy you always need some precedents, and then that can be used for hemoglobinopathies, and that's how
it's easier to justify.
And roping in private sector is very important, and private medical colleges are most important. Now in India, in the last 3-4 years, we have crossed a very dangerous mark, where private medical colleges are now more than government medical colleges. So it's even more important to include them.
Last,
See, looking after hemophilia patients, you don't need very big hematology post-graduation or something like that. Even an ordinary MBBS doctor, if trained, can look after hemophilia patients by experience. By experience, they will be able to look after. What they need is some basic knowledge about it. But hemophilia is not so common. See, if they see diabetes, they see hypertension. For a practitioner, they don't see so many hemophilia patients. Even among pediatric postgraduates, I tell you, hematology is a low priority area. It is neonatology, intensive care, those are the things which the postgraduates want. They do not want hematology. I know people whom I have trained for hematology have taken up endocrinology. He left hematology, we sent him for a fellowship also. He left hematology and went off for it. So like that, unless they see patients, unless they come across patients, then they will be really interested in doing things. And not everybody will be interested. Even MBBS doctor can be very well trained. If they are trained by somebody who already knows hemophilia, it can easily be looked after. There is no problem. Provided there are complications are there, then you will have to send to a higher center. Higher center. Okay,
only just one word is for this reason we have made a PhD doctors training program. So where at least we have made a check.
We don't need her for this, I'm sorry.
I request Chandrasekhar to give a memento to Dr. Tulika ji on behalf of SAKSHAM Pranada as a program president. Thank you, madam, for coming far away from Delhi and to be part of Pranada team. Thank you so much. Chandrasekhar ji, our National Joint Organizing Secretary. Thank you, Dr. Tulika ji, for being with us and being with us in future also for SAKSHAM. I also request Shri Raghunandan ji to give a token of respect to Srimati and to Shri Raghunandan ji. To Raghunandan ji. Srimati to take a moment of proposing on behalf of SAKSHAM Pranada as a token of respect. Thank you so much to be with us today and guiding us. Thank you, Shri Sudhindra ji. And I think with this we will be concluding the session and we are going for a short tea break. I request all the participants to go to pantry area. Tea has been arranged. Short 5 minutes tea break. After tea break, let us come back and join us again for the simple obsessions sessions. I request everybody to go to the same second floor only, the auditorium. Very beside of auditorium we have pantry. Please go to pantry for coffee, take a tea break and please come back.
You have some snack and coffee?
Yes, mostly something will be there. Bhaji.
You have snacks or snacks?
Snack, bhaji will be there. Oh.
Coffee here and there.
Here and there. Okay, okay. Smart.
Shri Krishna ji. Yes,
ರಕ್ತಹೀನತೆ, ರಕ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಳಿ ರಕ್ತಗಳು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋದು. ಹಿಮೋಫಿಲಿಯಾ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಹಿಮೋಗ್ಲೋಬಿನ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗೋದು, ಅಂದರೆ ರಕ್ತ ಹಿಪ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆದರೆ ಗಾಯ ಬೇಗ ಗುಣ ಆಗೋದು. ಪ್ರಾಣದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ರಕ್ತ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕೋಷ್ಠಗಳಿದ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. Very good evening, one and all. I welcome back all the delegates who are outside the dais to please come on to the auditorium. We are going to start the next session. I kindly request everybody who are standing there in the back side, kindly come front and please occupy the seats in the front side. And I request all the volunteers to bring all the participants from the cafeteria to auditorium. We are going to start the next session. Kindly be seated. So, in the next session, we have a eminent personality with us who is going to talk about importance and accessibility of a good blood bank by Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, General Secretary, Janakalyan Chain of Blood Banks and Medical Services. I kindly call upon Shri Manjusha ji to be on the dais with us. I also request Dr. P. Nalini ji also with us to moderate the session. So now I am going to introduce today's eminent speaker, Dr. Manjusha Narendra Kulkarni ji. She has actually done her MBBS from Government Medical College, Aurangabad, and Diploma in Clinical Pathology, Government Medical College and Hospital, Aurangabad. And presently she is working as a medical director at the Datta Jibale Blood Bank, care of Dr. Hegdewar Hospital, Aurangabad. And she is also having additional responsibility as a secretary, Janakalyan Chain of Blood Banks and Medical Services, and NABH assessor. In past, she has held several roles in this field. She was president of Devagiri Nagari Sahakari Bank, Aurangabad, vice president of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Vaidyakiya Pradhisthana. She was member of Technical Advisory Committee of FDA for Marathwada region. She was also secretary of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Research Society, Aurangabad, and she has contributed very much to the research field by her academic contribution, publishing papers in various national and international conferences in the field of her expertise. She was instrumental in conducting poster competition in UBD motivation in industrial sector in college, and she was awarded with Tarkabar Mahila Puraskar on World Women Day of Aurangabad Municipal Corporation, Aurangabad. With her great achievements, now I call upon Dr. Ji to talk about today's talk about good blood bank center. Kindly come on to the desk. moderator for this event, Dr. P. Nalini. Dr. P. Nalini has done her schooling in Bangalore. She also speaks Kannada because of that. And she was BSc, done her BSc at Sita-Lakshmi Ramaswamy College in 1963 and MBBS in 1969 and the student of GIPMER, JIPMER, and MD Pediatrics in 1973 and DCH in 1973. And her area of interest is pediatrics intensive care, hematology, adolescent health, involved in care of hemophilia patients for past 40 years. And she is the founder president of Hemophilia Society Pondicherry chapter, and she is still in charge of the society in Pondicherry. And she has done a great work in hemophilia field. She has involved in care of persons with hemophilia for last 40 years. She is instrumental in establishing Hemophilia Society at Pondicherry, and she is founder president of the society in Pondicherry. And she has popularized Hemophilia Care Center in Union Territory of Pondicherry, and managed to get a building for the society from government donated by Indian Oil Corporation. Because of her continuous effort, treatments for persons with hemophilia is available in JIPMER, Indira Gandhi Government Hospital, Pondicherry, and Government General Hospital in Karaikal. And she has lot of awards and accolades she received and many awards. Lifetime Achievement Award from Puduvai Pidicon on 17 December 2021. APJ Abdul Kalam 2021 award for her yeoman services towards hemophilia care by Puduvai Bengal Kodogapu Matrum Manetra Amaimbu in ongoing Bengal and Mahatma Gandhi International Peace Award in 2021 by All India Congress Social Organization in New Delhi, and Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of contribution to Hemophilia Care Center from International UNICEF Council France in 2021. And she has recognized and given a certificate of recognition for hemophilia care from EHSAAS, a second chance and organ donation organization in New Delhi in 2021. A popular pediatrician for past 50 years, an eminent medical teacher, a good public speaker and socially conscious doctor, and working with us and supporting us forever. Thank you, Dr. Nalini also be with us as a moderator for this session. We welcome you on behalf of SAKSHAM and SAKSHAM Pranada team. Now I request Dr. Kulkarni to take us to our presentations on Good Blood Bank Center.
Respected Dr. Nandini, or the intelligent volunteers of SAKSHAM and Pranada. Keep it near the power.
You can program.
She can use this.
Yeah, now we can.
Respected Dr. Nandini, all dignitaries and volunteers of SAKSHAM and Pranada, and the parents who had broken the walls of their difficulties and helping others to better survival. Sabhi ko pranam. I think this is the last topic of today of Good Blood Center. Now the bank word is replaced by center by the government. So in all blood banks we should not use the word bank, we have to use the word center. Its importance. I think you all are aware of its importance. I am just taking the revision. Next. I am going to quote two incidences. There is one Talika place, small hospital is there along with operation theatre. A case of road accident comes, physician, surgeon, anesthetist and orthosurgeons are there. But what needs to be needed is, as a backbone, availability of safe blood and blood components. The other incident is a patient came for delivery, ORS negative blood group, and postpartum hemorrhage of the delivery. Then there is a need of PRBCs, platelets and fresh frozen plasma. Next. The fourth incident is tertiary care hospital bypass surgery. Availability protocol for the bypass surgery is 6 units of PRBCs and 4 units of FFP. Is fourth incidence is ORH negative mother, second time delivery, baby is ARH negative, A positive, so develop hyperbilirubinemia, need of exchange transfusions with O negative blood. Next. And the fourth is not the incidence, but which is in the heart of all of us. That is the patients who are requiring consistent, timely need components, blood components as well as few blood products also, these like factors. There are some legal aspects for blood bank. Blood bank is governed by Food and Drugs Administration, and blood is considered as a drug. So it comes under Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules 1945. It is imperative that blood centers need to regulate under the Drugs and Cosmetics Acts and Rules thereafter. In 1967, central government enacted separate provision in the Schedule Part 12B in Drugs and Cosmetics Act for blood transfusion. Various requirements such as accommodation, technical staff, equipments for the operation of blood banks are specified in that. The state drug controller used to authorize the license for blood banks. The standard for whole human blood was prescribed in Indian pharmacopoeia, and then the requirement of blood bank is inserted in Part 10B of Drugs and Cosmetics Rules in 1945. The rules of 122F and 122P, these are for the licensing process of and renewal of blood centers. This act is amended in 1999, 2006 and 2020. In 1996, there are major changes. In 1999, there was formulation of national blood policy under which the collection of blood only from voluntary non-remunerated blood donors. Before that, people used to donate replacement donation, and also some professional paid donation was there. So to ban that donation, because the chances of transfusion-transmitted infections was more with paid donation, so it was banned in 1999. Screening for all for transmitted infections and reduction in unnecessary transfusion. This is also more important because there is no zero risk in transfusion of blood. So you have to use the blood. Our teacher used to say, use the blood when it is necessary, but use it when it is absolutely necessary. The national blood policy was formulated with 8 objectives. To retire firmly the government commitment to provide safe and adequate quantity of blood components and blood products. To make available adequate resources to develop, recognize the blood transfusion services in the entire country. To make latest technology available for operating the blood transfusion services. To launch extensive awareness program for donor information, education, motivation, recruitment, repeat donors, retention of donors, and adequate availability of safe blood. Next. To encourage appropriate clinical use of blood. To optimize the use of blood and blood products. To strengthen the manpower through human resource development. To encourage research and development in the field of transfusion medicine and related technology. To take adequate regulatory and legislation steps, monitoring the evaluation of blood transfusion services, to take steps to eliminate profiteering in blood banks. Next. Before 1999, there was a regulation, but it was not that strictly followed. When I was a student, we used to use directed donations. When before surgery, our surgeon was donating blood, and we were giving that blood to the patients after cross-matching and few necessary testing. That was the thing. And blood bottles were there. So whole blood was used. From that 30 years journey of this transfusion services, we have reached up to the 100% blood components and 100% voluntary blood donation. how to calculate the need of blood, size of the country and nature of its administration, geographical characteristics, population size, annual growth rate of the population density in various regions of the country, present rate of development in health service, number and location of hospitals, total number of hospital beds, planned development of health services in terms of number and location of new hospital beds, and introduction of new techniques with high blood requirements. WHO recommends that 5% of the country's population is the annual need of that country, and multiplying the number of acute emergency hospital beds by 7, that is the requirement. Current status in our country is there are 2,760 blood banks, including government, private sector, charitable and all. And 1,131 blood centers are supported by National Aid Controls Organization, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. When the study was conducted, the typical demand of India was estimated 14.6 million blood units, equivalent to 36.3 donation per 1,000 eligible populations, with the donors who are eligible. The medicine faculty is 6 million, surgery 4.1, obstetric and gynecology 3.3, pediatrics 1.2. The supply was total 93%, which is equivalent to 33.8 donations. And still we are lagging 7% of blood donations. The safe blood supply depends on the parameters are same as those are covered in national blood policy. Next. The processing unit is responsible for blood and blood sample reception and registration, blood component preparation, quarantine storage, labeling of verified blood prior to storage in the inventory and distribution unit. There are few requirements which are mentioned in regulation. Those are general requirements. As you are seeing the Rajasthan blood bank, which is located in a very good location. The blood bank shall be located in a place which shall be away from open space, then public lavatory or similar unhygienic surroundings. The premises shall be maintained in a clean and proper manner to ensure adequate cleaning and maintenance of proper operations. Next. There are requirements for accommodation of blood bank also. 100 square meter for whole human blood and 50 square meter for blood components, and another 10 square meter if you are using single donor platelet, that is apheresis unit. And then these are the 10 rules which are identified by the law, that you should maintain all these rules, and apart from that you have to maintain registration counter, waiting area, doctor's room, technician's room, administration room, those which are not covered in this. These are only technical rules. Next. So the personnel required are medical officers, blood bank technicians, registered nurses, technical supervisor, where components are used, and counselor. This counselor part is included in 1999.
Blood donation camp organizer.
This is not the camp organizer. He is a person who is expected to be MSW, and the counseling is for the test that we are going to conduct on this blood. That is mainly for HIV. This is mandatory because we have to do pre-counseling of that either patient or donor. For HIV, counseling is mandatory. So the counselor is included in technical persons. The equipments are required, supplies and reagents. Next. This criteria for blood donation is also, this is the first step for safe blood collection. The safety starts with the disclosure of donor's history. These are the common points: means age, that is 18 to 65, physically fit, mentally fit, weight more than 45 if you are going to collect the blood, 450 ml. we are collecting the blood in 450 ml units because the requirement of the patients increases day by day. So unnecessarily exposing the donor for more than 1 unit, we are using 450 ml unit.
350 only,
350
plus 50 ml.
No, 350 ml is for 45 kg weight is for 350 ml unit. But for collection of 450 ml unit, there are some units which are 450 ml units, and those are for lymphodepletion. Those are more important, and as well as the volume that we get is more. So the patients need
Single batch.
yeah, maybe single. Yeah. Please, let us questions after the speech. Let us continue first. Don't interrupt us. The temperature and pulse rate should be normal. Diastolic and systolic blood pressure should be normal. And hemoglobin should be more than 12.5. Even the donor is gents or ladies. The hemoglobin criteria is same, that is 12.5. Sometimes it happens. We have a donor cycle for thalassemia patients. Those who are regularly donating blood only for that patient. We have made a cycle to expose the patients for minimum donors. Means only 8 donors donate for one patient. So in the year he is exposed to only those 8 donors. And lifelong, if they are fit, he will get the blood from only that 8 donors. And those are phenotype. As they are phenotype, the chances of reactions are less. Exposure of the patient to donors is also less. Means there are other blood group antibodies also. So when we give blood from random donors to the thalassemia patients, they get exposed to more and more donors. So we have made a donor cycle, those who are phenotype, and giving blood for that patient. Sometimes this happens that 12.5 hemoglobin is there of that donor, but then we do CPC count. Sometimes it happens that hemoglobin is 12.7 or something, but MCT and other parameters are less. At that time we give him iron supplementation, and then after 15 days we collect the blood. We are not taking the blood even though the hemoglobin is 12.5. That is for the patient's benefit. Next. Transmitted infections, as we all know, HIV, HBsAg, hepatitis C, VDRL and malaria. All these are mandatory investigations for preventing the transmission of these infections, because the donor can be a carrier of these infections. Even though he is not a diseased person, he can be a carrier. At present, these are mandatory tests done by ELISA, but if HIV, HBsAg and HCV are negative by ELISA, there is still a chance of transmitting the disease, because the window period is high with all these type of ELISAs. So the recommended is nucleic acid amplification test, which reduces the window period. So the chances of transmission of HIV, HBsAg are reduced. Next. These are the quality blood products: packed cells, random donor platelets, fresh frozen plasma, cryoprecipitate, and single donor platelets. As far as possible, we are using leukodepleted blood transfusion for the thalassemia patients. Means those who are requiring repeated transfusions, we use leukodepleted blood. So the reactions are prevented. Febrile reactions are very less with leukodepleted transfusion. So for thalassemia patients, we recommend leukodepleted. Next. These are the storage requirements of all products: packed cells at 56 degrees centigrade up to 42 days, platelets at 20 to 24 degrees centigrade with continuous agitation for 5 days, fresh frozen plasma at minus 30 degrees centigrade for 1 year, and cryoprecipitate should be preserved at less than minus 30 degrees for 1 year from collection. These are the additional products which are included in last amendment, that is done in April 2020. Leukodepleted red blood cells, leukapheresis, erythrocytosis, peripheral blood stem cells, which Madam said we we are using these peripheral blood stem cells for bone marrow transplant. At our center, we are doing this procedure of peripheral blood stem cells. Saline washed red cells, pooled platelets, irradiated blood products. This is also for reduction of reactions of graft versus host disease, which is being recommended in transplant patients. And therapeutic plasmapheresis. This is a purely therapeutic procedure. What additional services blood bank can do with the blood group phenotypes, which is explained by the first speaker. It is necessary to do phenotype testing for RH in patients with thalassemia as well as their donors. Irradiation facilities sometimes for transplant patients, we do irradiated blood in next. These are two automated equipments which are all there in the Rajkot blood bank. You will be able to see continuous donor vein scales which are connecting 350 or 450 mm of blood with continuous irrigation. Pheresis activity dedicated for donor base is there. The same single donor platelet machine was helpful in collecting the convalescent plasma in COVID era also. We have collected almost 200 convalescent plasma in that period, 100% component filtration, and fully automated system for cross-matching and antibody titer. As patients develop antibodies, some antibodies are acquired. So with every sample, we do a typical antibody testing of patient as well as donor. This is NAT testing. Next. This is a sterile connecting device. In our setup, the thalassemics get the blood after calculation of the volume by pediatrician. We maintain the hemoglobin near 10 gram %. So he calculates the volume, whatever is required to the CPC of the patient. The pediatrician calculates the volume and he gives the requirement in ml. So we use this sterile connecting device to use proper volume which is given. Sometimes we use 490 ml. Then we can connect another pack to the pack and we give him the patient 490 ml. Means that is the correct calculation as well as sterile connecting of the unit. This is very helpful in thalassemia patients. Next. These are the other guidelines. Universal biosecurity should be followed in blood bank. Blood disposal should be done properly. Next. In every set of education and training is very important. Education and training services are must in every setup. We are doing training in our setup as well as we are having 16 blood banks at Kanajaal and chain of blood banks and medical services. We are having combined training programs from class 4 workers to directors, to everybody, doctors, technicians, nurses, social workers, counselors, receptionists, for everybody we have a common training program of 16 blood banks. Guidelines for thalassemia for the blood banks are thalassemia, hemophilia, sickle cell anemia, and any other blood dysplasia. Blood banks are it is possible for them to give blood without any service charge. And with that we are following in Maharashtra. Even we are giving leukodepleted, non-tested blood. We are not charging them, but we have raised some CSR funds for additional testing. So it is possible for us to give NAT tested as well as leukodepleted and phenotype blood. These are the routine requirements of thalassemia patients: repeated blood transfusion, leukodepleted blood bag, iron chelating agents, vitamin supplementation, investigations at regular intervals, that is CBC, serum ferritin, LFT, AFT, HIV, HBCG, HCV, as well as chest X-ray, and sometimes CT or MRI training. These are our local and chain of blood banks, 13 in Maharashtra, 2 in Karnataka, and 1 in Tamil Nadu. all for 16 blood banks. In these 16 blood banks, at 3 places we have NAT, 4 places we have NAT testing facilities, nucleic acid testing. And thalassemia patient care, these transfusions are also given in 3 centers, that is one is at Bangalore, one is at Aurangabad and another is at Nashik. Next. Few words for blood storage centers, because the availability of blood at remote places is also must. So government has decided to have a concept of centralized blood collection, testing and decentralized utilization. So the one blood center is a regional blood center and it can have storage centers in hospitals or collector places or primary referral unit or community health center or any hospital. And that center caters the need of all those storage centers. The state blood is given to that storage center. There is only facility of grouping and cross-matching and storage of blood. And so the cost of blood is also reduced because it is a decentralized distribution. In Maharashtra there are 371 blood banks and 374 blood storage centers. When we consider about the general and chain, we are having 16 blood banks and 57 storage centers. Which we are catering to the need of collector. Thank you. Also, session is open for discussion.
Any questions? After that I will talk.
Yeah.
Can you stretch the wire? The minimum.
When you have 16 blood banks, so you could have started a university on subject.
Our center, we are having DNB transfusion medicine as well as diploma in transfusion medicine. Technician training programs, not yet. That is more needed.
Any other questions? You want to say something? No. Anybody else? Yeah, please.
Leukodepleted blood bag and leukodepleted filter sets. Is there any major difference with respect to the effect and cost? Which is better?
Bedside filters and leukodepleted
Blood bags.
Bedside filters and collection filters.
Okay. Is there any major difference?
Filters and leukodepleted.
Yeah, filters are bedside filters.
There is two type filters. One filter is the bedside filter. One other filter at the time of collection and time of storage. Or your question is the leukodepleted. Leukodepletion is happen time of component preparations. Madam told that there is a 450 ml bag or 350 ml bag. 350 ml bag minimum weight need 45 kg. For 450 ml bag, we need minimum 55 kg weight of donor. So there is 450 ml bag. We prepare 4 components. Right? So the fourth one is leukocyte, called leukodepleted. So that vaccine called leukodepleted. Leukodepletion with a centrifugation maybe might be contaminated the vaccine with some of leukocytes, but the filter is 3 categories. The latest one filter, latest one micropore filter, the very good filter should be before storing the blood. When at the time of blood collection and component preparation, that's filter is the best.
When we use bedside filter, the blood is already stored for some time. When the blood is stored, there is a chance of releasing cytokines from the lymphocytes. So the chances of reaction are more with bedside filter and less with storage filters. When we use the filters at the time of separation of fat cells from water. So the chances of reactions are minimal. We are not giving anything to the patient before transfusion to prevent the reactions. Still there are no reactions in the patients.
Ma'am, hypothyroidism or hyperthyroidism patient can donate blood?
Yes, he can donate, but now the criteria says we should not have changed the tablets in last 1 month. And the investigations should be done 1 month prior. Means if he had done the investigations 1 year back and he says my T3 T4 TSH is normal, that doesn't work. He has to test the blood before donation, at least 1 month.
This is new criteria.
Yeah, this is new criteria.
And why contraindicated hemoglobin more than 16, 17?
More than 16, 17 hemoglobin, there is chances of polycythemia vera. The condition is said as pre-malignant conditions. So the blood is not collected.
They also donate blood so that the hemoglobin comes down.
Blood letting is
Blood letting is done for them to bring down the hemoglobin. It cannot be used for other things.
There is a question from our Goa team. They are laymen, so there is a layman question.
Yes.
This question are more intelligent.
Earlier we used to pack the blood in the glass bottles. Now we pack in the plastic bottle. Why?
Previously, these blood banks were not available. This invention was 30-40 years back. So before that, we were using glass bottles for the collection of blood. And there was no concept of components also. You have to use whole blood. But what we were doing when the physician was asking for fat cells, we have some vacuum bottles. Remember?
And then they used to filter. They used to pump the plasma and just give the RBCs.
The Sherman method was that we were keeping the upside down, and when the RBC settles, that blood is issued and they are using only RBCs, and when the plasma remains, that was the scientific. That was the old therapy.
And the other thing is reusing of the blood bottles was there.
His question is, glass is safe, plastic is unsafe. So is plastic okay to use?
The quality of plasticizers used for these bags are not unsafe.
That's a different plastic.
That's a different type of
And Madam tell him about glass bottle was single bottle earlier.
Yeah.
Now with component separation we have a double bag, triple
Yeah,
bag.
we have got triple bag, double bag,
separation of components.
So now plastic is much safer than glass. No problem.
Quality of the plastic is different.
Because the quality is different.
This is not plastic. This is not plastic. This is not
plastic
material for blood bag.
I have a,
They are separate blood bags.
if you allow me, I'll ask one more.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, you asked one of the questions is like when one wants to donate blood, are you taking hypertension medicine? Hypertension medicine, that is one of the questions.
Yeah.
So is that?
Hypertension which is controlled on one tablet, and there should not be change in the tablet 1 month back or something. It's continuously the same tablet if you are taking and the hypertension is controlled.
So this tablet is allopathy tablet or Ayurveda?
Allopathy will do. If there is no systemic damage in diabetes and hypertension, and the diabetic patient is not on insulin, he can donate blood.
I have a question, ma'am.
You are not there.
So I've seen the list of the blood banks. Majority of the blood banks are in Maharashtra. Minority is in Karnataka. One single in Tamil Nadu. What is the plan of Jankalyan blood banks for the large hinterland of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Northeast, especially those states where the health indices are actually poor, and also in areas like tribal areas where the need is actually very high, like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha. So does Jankalyan Blood Bank have any vision that after 5 years or 2025 RSS 100 years we are going to achieve so many blood banks? Is there some plan of action? Because I see that the last blood bank that we opened was in Hubli in 2010. So this is 2022, 12 years are over. So kindly give us some hope, because we all want Jankalyan blood banks.
डॉक्टर साहब का कहना है कि जन नाम है ना, जन कल्याण, तो जन में दूसरे जन भी आते हैं कि नहीं?
Actually, the concept is उनका ढांचा सर उनका नहीं सर नहीं सर वो बोलो नहीं लफ्ज़ बोलो आप जनरल सेक्रेटरी है सर, हमको मैडम का बात सुना है. Conceptually, the blood banks are started by RSS Karyakartas, not by RSS. That is, one thing is clear. The blood banks are not started by RSS, but every unit and every Avastha is started by RSS Karyakartas. The same thing is there with blood banks also. But when the local doctors or persons feel we should start a blood bank, and RSS people of local area feel yes, we should support them, then Janakalyan will be there. Because there is nobody in the Janakalyan who is full-timer to see expansion of the Janakalyan blood banks. But if somebody asks...
So my request, madam, is that, I mean, it's out of passion that I am saying, that RSS has many hospitals. Now like Aurangabad, you have Jankalyan blood bank, you have hospital in Nellore and many other places. But actually people don't know how to start a blood bank. People want to start blood banks, Sangha Karyakartas or SAKSHAM Karyakartas want to start blood bank, but don't know how to, and also don't know that Sangha is doing so many blood banks and all that also. So Sangha Karyakartas are doing. So our request is if Jankalyan blood bank can have someone full time who can actually go around and motivate people, then it will be great. It may not be a doctor, it may be a social worker also, then it will be great. It will all benefit. The whole country will benefit.
Definitely. At present, we are there to guide and help for ACB unit.
Centers will start slowly.
I have a question. I'm not joking, I'm serious about it. Some person who is 75 years young, a donor, why he can't give them? Because even 65, a person below 65 also cannot be a fit person.
No, that's what screening is done. You cannot, sudden collapse can happen. Because a cardiovascular system cannot stand that loss of blood, loss of volume. So it cannot be done. You will have a stroke there.
Actually, there is a
to answer the point which was raised by Dr. Santosh, why Janakalyan blood banks are more in Maharashtra and only 2 in Karnataka, and why not in the rest of the country. I have started the blood bank in Nasik in 1989, and since then, if you see the record, highest number or majority of the voluntary donors or donations are coming in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and West Bengal. So majority of the voluntary blood banks are concentrated only in West Bengal, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. There is very less voluntary blood donation in areas what Dr. Santosh was saying, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and there even in government hospitals there are no blood banks. Leave aside voluntary blood banks. Government hospitals don't have blood banks. So that is why all the voluntary blood donation move or movement is restricted to only this part of India. So here SAKSHAM can come in the picture and increase the awareness about voluntary blood donation in this rest of the part of the country, which is a huge country. And if we promote more voluntary donation in these bigger states, we will definitely make good that 7% loss which she was showing.
With the network of SAKSHAM, Janagalan can start more blood banks. With the network of SAKSHAM, we can start more blood banks.
Sure. You give us technical advice.
I think everybody must be tired. So I just want to give you my experience. One is about 27, 28 years ago, there was we had started, my institution is almost 30 years old, Hemophilia Society, Pondicherry. I started because I had a good blood bank officer. That is where it started. To start the Hemophilia Society, I was even thinking, I had a very good blood bank officer friend. He said, why don't you start the society because so many patients are coming to you. And we needed factor 8 from HFI. Hemophilia Federation only was a distributing factor 8. But I had the support of the blood bank officer. He was very good and we had unlimited fresh frozen plasma. We had no factor 8 those days. We had unlimited fresh frozen plasma. So we could manage all the patients with fresh frozen plasma. Till date, I tell you, I did not have a HIV positive patient or a hepatitis B or hepatitis C patient. The proper screening is done. The proper screening is done at the donor level. When they are screening donors, if they can properly screen whether they are professional donors or others, and then screen them, it can easily be managed. That is one. So I still think that I could manage because there were patients who used to bleed like nobody's business, but I have saved those patients. One boy who came with gastrointestinal factor 8 deficiency, about an 8-year-old boy came with gastrointestinal bleed. We gave first day FFP. And then he became alright. Then again within 2 days he started bleeding, he started having fever. We thought it was due to the FFP. Then he was typhoid positive. So for 6 weeks he bled from the intestine because typhoid is known to produce gastrointestinal bleeds. So he bled for 6 weeks. 6 weeks we supported him with FFP. Now he is an engineer, married, and he has got 2 children. That is one thing. Another, we were talking about factor 13 deficiency. Factor 13 deficiency patients can have intracranial bleeds, especially intraspinal, that is this area, they can have bleeds. I had one, I usually used to walk through casualty. Then I found one 14-year-old boy admitted under neurology. He was known to be, he's a factor 13 deficiency. Then he was admitted with this spinal bleed in this area, danger area. Anytime he would die. Not realizing this problem, the neurology resident had just given one FFP and kept him. The moment I saw that, I rushed to the blood bank, got 8 packets of cryoprecipitate. Immediately transfused him with cryoprecipitate. I gave 8 units of cryoprecipitate and saved him. Now he is an engineer working I don't know where. I have lost touch with him. But he's you see, you can save patients just with FFP and proper screening is needed, a good blood bank is needed, and efficiency of the technicians.
This is all needed for a blood bank. On the other hand, I also want to say something else. We had an annual general body meeting very early in Hemophilia Society, about 27 years ago, when the HIV epidemic was on in hemophilia patients. We were discussing, we had an annual general body meeting in Patna, and we were busily discussing about how to reduce HIV in hemophilia patients, because many of the patients had become positive. So we wanted to reduce the thing, how to reduce the incidence. So we were discussing for 2 days. Then in the night, my secretary who had come with me and another doctor who was still there in hemophilia care from Tirunelveli just walked behind our hotel, and it was a petty shop where they wanted to buy something. So they just went there, and one man came and asked that man, O positive blood. Out from the fridge comes an O positive blood from a petty shop. Yes, from a petty shop 28 years ago in Patna. From a petty shopkeeper comes out the O positive blood packet. He takes it and goes. These people were horrified to see that. They came running inside, and then they told me, madam, this is what is happening here. You see, that is the state. Still this is happening.
Still this is happening. It is
Maybe happening, we don't know where.
Yes, happening. It is happening.
Yeah, without proper screening. In many of the private hospitals, blood is being collected and directly given without testing. It is happening. It is happening, I know that. So, that is still the state of affairs in India, though we talk about all the so many rules for blood bank. It's not easy to start a blood bank.
Yes.
You have to get so many permissions, right from the top to the bottom. Without that, we will not be able to start a blood bank. So, it was a very good talk. Thank you very much for that. I also refreshed my memory on that. So, now we are not giving blood for hemophilia patients. We are not giving any more FFP except for some patients like this. Then we said what 1 millibrands girl who was pregnant. She came for delivery to she was an old patient of mine, very small girl. We had diagnosed 1 milligrams, and she came from a long distance, and she came pregnant in labor, and we had to save her. You know how for delivery. So she was then. The gynecologist just called me. I had already retired, but that the obstetrician was my student. She asked me what to do, madam. Then I said, run factor 8 infusion on one side, other side FFP, because you need 1 milligram factor as well as factor 8. And then she applied forceps, and that boy was delivered from the 1 milligram patient. She has got now 2 children. She is very happy. She recently came to see me. So these are success stories you can have with proper blood banking facilities. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Now, I want a suggestion from you, because you will be leaving midnight early. This 1 milligram, though it is not listed by government as
It has to come into the
should it be on the agenda?
See, there is one thing, they say factor level less than 1% or 2%. Some of the 1 milligram, I have got a lady who's got a factor level less than 1%. She's a 1 milligram. So you can show that and ask them to get disabilities.
Another question, hemoglobin levels among girl students in the college, when you go ask her,
I never had more than 8 or 9. I never donated blood during my medical college days.
Should it be the agenda of Pranada?
See, nutrition is the most important thing. They don't take enough, the right type of fruits.
Yes.
That is the reason. They don't take vegetables. They don't take whatever we say is good. They will never take. They take only fast food. And then they lose by having periods. That's another thing. Anemia is quite common among them. They are obese, but they are anemic. Yes, boy. Yes, my boy.
The role of physiology is also there. Not only they are not. The role of physiology is there. The normal
I started my life with thalassemia. I started my life with thalassemia.
I don't have any question.
My first patient was a thalassemic patient only.
But I would, at this instant, I would emotionally wanted to share my experience, which I haven't done in the past anywhere. Just to reiterate the significance of blood bank. First of all, I would like to thank my VHS voluntary blood bank run by Rotary Club and VHS Hospital,
VHS, I know
which is providing the best of blood products for all thalassemia patients and all over Chennai. A bad experience I would like to share, just to reiterate the significance of blood bank. I was born when I was in the womb of my mother. She had hydatid cyst. Actually, once I was because as she was pregnant, doctors were not ready to operate at that time. Once I was born, she had undergone the operation, and the operation went on successfully, and she was cured of the problem. But unfortunately, we lost her because of bad transfusion. This is 32 years back.
Yeah. Properly not streamed blood and would have been reaction to
Madam, just 1 minute.
Last question.
This is not question. This is a just experience. As you are General Secretary of General Kalyan Private Bank, recently last year we have conducted a study among peripheral donors, anemic peripheral donors. जो एनीमिक peripheral donors हैं उनमें हमने स्टडी किया और हमने पाया up to 14% are HPLC positive. So we find out and हमने उनको पहचाना और बताया you are HPLC carrier. यानी इसे बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट है कि peripheral donor due to anemia find 14% positive in HPLC. So we can conduct in our centers for all anemic peripheral donors. So it's a part of screening program. So ये हमने अब हमारे सेंटर पे लागू किया है. Start a anemic clinic at our blood center. Anemic clinic. So anybody peripheral due to anemia, we screen, send sample for HPLC and other things. Then we find out and aware of that. तो ये हम कर सकते हैं ज़्यादा से.
I think we should come. We have had a prolonged question and answer session. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, doctors, for this interactive session. Now I request the Govindarajan to hand our token of moment from our SAKSHAM Pranada and our national co-convener Pranada to join. She, our national president Govindarajan to hand our moment to our Dr. Kulkarni Manjusha Kulkarni to take over this Pranada token of moment.
सक्षम भारत,
समर्थ भारत, सक्षम भारत,
समर्थ भारत,
जीते जीते, जाते जाते, सक्षम भारत,
समर्थ भारत.
Thank you, Dr. Manjusha ji and Dr. Nalini ji for this presentation. Now we will move on to the next important session of the day. It will be a round table discussion. We are going to have a panel of dignitaries from SAKSHAM national team going to be on the dais, and we all are from the audience and participant list going to ask all your questions where SAKSHAM can help in solving the problems or addressing the issues or rehabilitation aspects, medical aspects. So now I request all the SAKSHAM eminent personality to be on the dais. I request Dr. Shri Govindarajan ji to be on the dais. I request Dr. Santoshi, our National Joint Secretary, also to be on the dais. I request Shri Kashinathan ji, our National Convener of Pranada, also to be on the dais. I request Shri Chandrasekhar ji, National Organizing Secretary, also with us on the dais. I request Shri Padmanathan ji, our National Co-Convener of Pranada, also with us on the dais. Now all SAKSHAM leaders on the dais. Now it is the time for all the participants to come forward with all your questions. And where SAKSHAM can help and what is
My
the
request is kindly come forward. Doctor from Mysore, idea.
Please
Jammu,
occupy the seats.
my dear Jammu friend.
Please come and be seated in the front rows. This is going to be a close interactive session, not a very formal as such.
And please don't
Yeah, round table. There is more of a round table discussion.
It's not
very informal, and it is going to be a question and answer. Please forward.
Okay, come forward. Sir,
Please come here. Forward.
Come forward. Look around table. Not the dais and audience.
There is no gap between audience and there is let us make a closed loop. You all will come fun and we close up. We go ahead and moderate this session.
1 minute. Madam, please come here. Hello, come here. No, please come. No, it's all, sorry. We know you are
Dr. Nadu. There was a specific request from Dr. Nadu regarding disability bill, and no one better than her to bring it to your notice. What are the challenges? So I request everyone to bring up the challenges. And August, our leaders will help us if possible in resolving it.
Sorry to take the privilege, because I've been traveling the whole day. I'm waking like 5 or 4 o'clock. I got about 3 o'clock. I've been traveling continuously, so I like to go and have some rest. And what about the disability bill? Is that females are not included. There are female bleeders, which is more serious. But now we are having more and more convulsions and hemophilia itself in females. Female bleeders, I think different criteria must be there, because they have monthly periods which cannot be counted in this. They say about joint bleeds and other things, factor level and all that, but female bleeders should be taken a priority. Second is, the disability bill has been passed, but recently I heard from the Labour Department that they have not been asked to train all this newer people for the job-oriented thing. It is not been instructed at the central labour law. That's what I came to know from one of the people involved in training of these physically disabled people and all training. But these people have not been, blood disorders and the recent psychiatric disorders have not been included. Actually, that has not been sent, though it has come almost 3-4 years ago. It has come in the Gazette and all that. But they have not been instructed that these people have to be included for training. So these two things are to be taken up at the center. That is another thing.
Adding on to the same thing, similarly even in a UDID card application when we do, even sickle cell and thalassemia is also included. But when we send the patient to the hospital, they say in sickle cell they have only pain. For them to develop disability, it will take 50 years. So the signing authority said you don't have. For them, disability means it is a physical, visible disability. This criteria is not made clear
They
at
are
all.
still going by the old.
Yes.
You must have a joint broken.
Yes, something.
Or even one finger broken, they will give disability.
Yes.
But they don't give
The thalassemia and sickle cell anemia patients are not getting because the signing authority is not at all aware that they also fall under disability and this also has to be taken into
because it has to be different screening committee. It has to be different screening committee. And not the same screening committee.
I just have a point, ma'am. Madam knows it very well. There are, because see in India, though the policy decision making happens at the center, health is a state subject. A lot of disabilities are also dealt at the state level. Though the law has been made at the national level, the implementation of the law happens at the state level. So if you see some states, they have taken some good decisions. For example, Andhra Pradesh, for every thalassemia patient, they give every month 10,000 rupees.
even Madhya Pradesh.
Even
Madhya Pradesh also.
15,000. 1,500. 1,000. So Andhra they are giving 10,000. So my point is, if the Pranaka team, or not just Pranaka team, but then if you have people like doctors and especially management people, if 2 or 3 people come together, is it 10,000 thalassemia? 10,000? So if we can write a policy paper, a small 1-page, 2-page white paper, that some states are doing this sort of a support for thalassemia patients, though, okay, through disability pension it is not coming, but it is coming through some department. Or which department, is it health or whatever, we don't know. But the same thing can be implemented by other states. So this is something which is replicable. So then many other states can see this is advocacy. We need to work very, very closely with the government. So if this can be done, and in many states the act has not been implemented as rules in the state. So that is why thalassemia doesn't get disability pension, thalassemia patient or sickle cell patient. So someone has to do this line listing. Which state is doing good, which state is doing bad, and if these good examples can be given there, then things will get implemented. Otherwise, it will take its sweet time. I don't know about sickle cell anemia.
800 has been announced. 800 is announced.
Is still not brought it into the thing at all.
Yeah.
Not even implemented.
One second. Yeah.
I have a few states are giving medicines free, like Haryana, Chandigarh, few places they are giving medicines, iron chelation drugs are being free, and also transportation, local transport is free in few states. But states like Andhra Pradesh, they have announced and giving 10,000 rupees, which I don't agree with that. Don't give any patient 10,000. Instead, you give them medicines, you give them free. What is happening? To my observation, because I did lot of Andhra patients from there. So they are least worth, they are getting 10,000 rupees. Parents are satisfied with the 10,000. And they are least bothered to get the child to the centers. So they are not even bothered to take care of their children, even well-off families. So our aim should be like it should reach the patient. So how the patient get benefited And disability, yes, disability certificate, yes, the children must have disability certificate because most of my children are now in the state of getting in UPSC and then colleges and then admissions in medicine and all. So for that reservation, my children need an disability certificate. They are not asking any pension, so let us not make.
But at least some amount of pension might be a balance.
Some amount is retaining insurance.
Like general disability pension is okay. Antaminchi, like if it goes beyond that, the parent psychology is going to the other side. So let us not encourage that. Instead, we will do like probably a better.
Tamil Nadu is linked in insurance.
Yes, 5,000 to 6,000 they get. But still there is a problem. Many people, many medications is more than 10,000. And those people skip their patients.
We are meeting our health minister also. Because
Hemophilia drugs, nowhere patient will not come. They need it max for 50,000, 40,000, 50,000.
Yeah, okay. Sir, you have to say something.
Yeah, I have to say something.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, similar meeting we had online with Kulka Sethi a few months back, 4 or 5 months back, regarding the certificate. Government of India sanctioned 100 centers before COVID in 100 districts for testing this hemoglobin levels. So they should not be put into practice because of COVID, number one. Number two, she suggested these tests which are simple, which also cover other types of blood related issues. So then our Karyakarta from Assam, Silchar, he connected with his collector and started testing and issuing certificate. The collector issued a GO that a general medicine doctor or pediatrician can test and give the certificate. So with just raising the issue and contacting the proper authorities may solve that, or we may have to pursue a few times. Also, this kind of meeting will help us solve the issue.
Sir, I'll give you a small example in the sharing experience. We at Hemophilia Federation India had a national core committee of doctors, and other experts, and we also have the state core committees. Now the national core committees would concise the various states, like Dr. Santosh was saying, what is the benefit Andhra government is giving. You make a paper. Then you move. Unfortunately in India the biggest problem is health is a state subject. Each state looks at it in a different, each health problem in a different way. I'm sorry to use word bank, but that's a fact, and so many other things. Maybe his relative is affected, so he understands that problem better, he'll push for it, the concerned authority. So we have to have a national core committee which will take all the information from all the states and give it to the state core committee, who will go to a particular state time to time and then take it forward. Come on, this state has this, why are we not doing it here? When we keep hitting it, we go 20 times, 30 times, everything will start moving. So I think this is what we should do. We should make a proper paper. What are the facilities, what are the benefits of each of the disorders in the country, and use it in other states to get it. That is how I think we should work and push things forward.
We have to also fight for the national bill for HbA2 testing in the first trimester of pregnancy. So we can do that, and also like I heard in Gujarat or somewhere. So no, there is no in universities until unless you
state, not 5.
Cyprus,
They should get a question.
Cyprus, Armenia, they got their zero thalassemia because of these type of rules they are framed. So we have to fight for that national bill to get all the people. And first foremost thing, they have to form a thalassemia, at least hemoglobinopathy, blood disorder, like AIDS control board, blood disorders control board. So if this comes under, there will be each state, there will be one IAS working for this program, and then if they allot funds,
And there is already a nodal officer for every state.
But sir, I
Every
have.
state has a nodal officer for blood disorder.
So they have been made like for everything. Now state sickle cell officer is in charge of tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, everything, and everything is dumped with. And Dr. A.M. Desai, now the state officer, he doesn't know where to go.
And that is where our job comes. That is where we have to go and sit. See, we have to do the homework. You please understand, like you have answered your own question. He has 20 portfolios. You can't expect him to retake the paper, make things easy for them. That's how places, we used to spend 15 days in Delhi and various states, do the homework and go. That is,
And
they will love it
also
for you.
one more is how to ensure the alignment of national objectives into the state objectives.
That's exactly what I am saying. Take the entire paper. If it is happening in Gujarat, why can't it happen in Karnataka? If it is happening in Telangana, I'm not talking about money. Money is a very subjective thing. We are talking rightly so about the benefits, the medical benefits, the treatment benefits, the government hospitals having, blood disorder centers, issuing of disability certificate. These are the causes we should. We will not talk about giving money. I am against it. Give proper treatment, give medicine, give blood, give treatment, give doctors, give physiotherapists, give counseling. We talk about that. We will not talk about giving money. So we can make a national paper. We should go to then give it to the state core committee. The particular committee will go, if this is happening in Karnataka, why it can't happen in Andhra. If it's happening in Kerala, why it can't happen in Karnataka. So you have to go with examples. Only then things move. It becomes easy, 1 minute sir. Because, I'll tell you, when they are sitting and signing the papers, it is easy for them to say, it is there, so I can do it here.
Because what you said is right. That's what we are all thinking. That we will give a precedence.
Yes.
Give a precedence. But for that, we need to have a small team. So that team formation and everything. Ashnaji, Bhatnaji are thinking of forming the national level team for Canada. And also an advisory board. So based on that, I think these members can give inputs, and all of us can give inputs. And but there is a core committee who will take the inputs. And top 5 or 6 items that need to be pushed at the national level. And also top 5 or 6 things that SAKSHAM Karyakartas or volunteers can do at every district level, city level, the ground level, what we can do. For example, today discussion was happening that, for example, if you pick one day, we have more than 5,000 SAKSHAM Karyakartas all over India. Suppose even 20% of them, or 25% of them donate blood on single day for thalassemia patients. That's the smallest thing that we can do. I'm just giving you an example. 390 districts, SAKSHAM's work is there. So suppose in 300 districts we do blood donation, drive of thalassemia patients. Then in each district we have a blood donation camp. Something like that. And Isharji's idea of having a buddy. Every thalassemia patient will have a buddy. These buddies are 15 or 20 members. Blood brothers or blood buddies. Yeah. So in South America, I heard this called blood buddies. So they come for these 20 people tagged with one patient. And
I tried this 32 years back.
yeah,
But could not sustain it.
very difficult,
Very
it was a lot of energy.
15 donors during our because of the donors, friends and my own friends, I am able to manage with few of blood donors, medical donors. Again and again, once in 3 months, donors blood for me. So to maintain the homogeneity.
That is what we are promoting for each and every patient. We are grouping some 10 to 15 people so that once in 3 months, these people will donate regularly to one particular.
If they doesn't develop antibodies.
So if this is the guideline that we want to
So
get.
that the child does not develop antibodies.
This buddy idea we implemented in Guntur. Santoshi was guest for that program. We have listed out the 300 volunteers. Then we are targeted to some 20 patients. But unfortunately, in the COVID situation, that was disturbed. That was disturbed. Yes. Still it is being organized, but it is not properly organized. So what we are planning is for this thalassemia blood care center, we would like to take some people from colleges. Thank you.
We called the technical language direct to donors. The buddies we called direct to donors. Direct to donors.
But for those direct donors, you should test phenotype first.
Yes.
Otherwise,
My next
there will
point is
be
this.
chances of developing antibodies
Yes.
more.
Nowadays we are doing phenotype. Phenotype सब जानते हैं phenotype? बताओ मुझे.
हिंदी में बताइए संक्षेप हिंदी में.
हाँ. phenotype.
हाँ.
जो अभी हमने डायरेक्ट डोनर की बात करी, एक पेशेंट लाइफ टाइम 20 डोनर से लगभग 20 से 25 डोनर से ब्लड लेता है. हम ABO-RH इस ब्लड ग्रुप के बारे में जानते हैं. RH जो है वह केवल T एंटीजन नहीं है, साथ में 5 एंटीजन और है, माइनर ग्रुप. दैट फिनोटाइप. RH जो है अपन जानते हैं केवल T के बारे में और अपन टेस्टेड करते हैं विद द एंटिटी. तो RH में अपार्ट फ्रॉम एंटिटी 4 एंटीजन और है, कैपिटल C, स्मॉल c, कैपिटल E, स्मॉल e. So if जो ब्लड ग्रुप क्या था B पॉजिटिव, तो B पॉजिटिव में भी इनका फिनोटाइप हो सकता है D, स्मॉल c, कैपिटल E, या स्मॉल c, स्मॉल e, कैपिटल C, कैपिटल E. तो हम वो पर्टिकुलर को देख करके, जैसे कैपिटल D, कैपिटल C और स्मॉल e, तो हमें वो फाइंड आउट करना है. बी ग्रुप में भी सब ग्रुप यानी 20 में से एक मैच कर जाएगा, माइक्रो थिंग्स है. तो क्या इसका फायदा क्या होगा कि वो अनएक्सपेक्टेड एंटीबॉडी नहीं बनेगा. से एग्जांपल इनका बी है, ब्लड बैंक का है, हमने बी पॉजिटिव ब्लड दिया, बट इनका सपोज करो कैपिटल C और स्मॉल e था और हमने दे दिया बी पॉजिटिव स्मॉल e और कैपिटल E. तो इसमें एंटीबॉडी डेवलप हो जाएगा उसके अगेंस्ट, और ब्लड जो है जल्दी से टूट करके कम फ्रीक्वेंटली बहुत कम दिनों वापस आ जाएगा. क्या होगा कि ब्लड गया, एंटीबॉडी थी, टूट गया और जल्दी वापस आया. अनएक्सपेक्टेड एंटीबॉडी डेवलप होगा, तो हम इससे बच सकते हैं. और ये हमने किया था SMS ब्लड बैंक में, इस पे रिसर्च हुआ.
Kerala also? बहुत बढ़िया. Harish, little bit. Very simply, there is major blood groups, no? A, B, O. In that again you have plus and minus RH factor. The RH factor, what we are saying Like that there are 4 more antigens. Even that should match. Then there will be no reaction. But a minor reaction also will not be there, and the thalassemia patient will be happy. Otherwise, small amount of antigen antibody reaction also will cause unnecessary some loss. So that is why best is to do that. But what he is saying is, out of 20 donors, 1 or 2 donors, all these antigens will match. So for finding out a buddy, Dr. Kulkarni ji is there, no? This is a phenotype. He also says phenotype. They are all technical people. So that is why they are telling, again B positive, again A positive, again AB positive, AB negative. See that the phenotype matching also is done. So suppose now Kishore ji wants to match the following, then for one thalassemia patient, he has to search 400 people to get 20 buddies.
Sir, इसका
That will be lifetime.
It is an impossible task.
नहीं impossible नहीं मैडम, मैम impossible नहीं है. 2016 we are practicing our blood bank. Since 2016, this phenotype makes every patient, we have 700 patients, or since 2016 we are provide phenotype banks each and every patients. और उसका बेनिफिट क्या हुआ संतोष जी? Possible. Since 2016 we are practicing. क्या हुआ?
So this is possible. Only we will have to take some more effort. It is not impossible. We have to put some more effort. And once we test this rest of the 380 people, they will be useful for someone else. So we know their phenotype also, right? तो बाद में हम किसको मैच कर सकते हैं हमको पता चलेगा. Database.
The requirement is to develop a strong database of the donors. That is more important nowadays.
So now should we develop a database where not only these small blood grouping, but we do phenotyping also.
Cost of phenotype is big task नहीं है. Is around 100 to 100 rupees. 100 rupees बस नहीं है. There are two method, machine और manual. जो Galileo new machines है phenotype का, वो machine method और एक card method. तो it cost at 100 to 100 rupees more बस.
And you want to add something? Dr. Putla.
Gel technique you have voluntary donors.
Hello. If we have voluntary donors in SAKSHAM and Pranada Karyakarta, we can at least make phenotype of those donors, and then we can match it. And
This is something we will all get it done ourselves. Shall we say oh? All of us will get blood grouping and phenotyping. Yes. Huh? Madam, you were saying something. You know
It just
I don't want to say anything. What I wanted to say, she has said. So husband and wife are thinking on the same lines.
I can tell one thing. Being a volunteer, I would like to add one thing. If we can get support like world class doctors like this, definitely motivated. We will bring thousands of people. We can. This is open. Let us say oh. And let us start this great Easter Kali from Bangalore, this Rashtrathana. We are promising from Karnataka, Dakshina Pradesh. We are going to create minimum 1,000 regular donors for this boys in this year. We should go to 1,000. Yes, with the blood grouping and phenotyping with support of national team and doctors. Thank you.
Just one point.
आपके बाद चंद्रशेखर
हाँ, फिनोटाइप के पहले फिर जो पेशेंट थे थैलेसीमिया के वो एवरी 7 to 10 days आते थे और आफ्टर फिनोटाइप गिवन दे 21 से 25 दिन बाद में आते थे। तो आयरन ओवरलोड कम हो गया, उनका एक्सपेंसेस कम हो गया, आने जाना कम हो गया। तो
phenotype also large 21 days पे एक बार बच्चे चढ़ा लेते हैं। Their basic hemoglobin is 90, we maintain 90 grams. और there are other parameters.
अगर बाहर गए तब एक क्वेश्चन दिया सबने, ब्लड ग्रुपिंग और फिनोटाइप दोनों करवाएंगे। सारे सक्षम के प्राणदा के सक्षम के बाकी के सारे कार्यकर्ता का ब्लड ग्रुपिंग फिनोटाइप और एक डेटाबेस मेंटेन करेंगे। ये डिसीजन अभी लिया गया।
Same thing should start in General Program also.
Yeah,
same thing should start in General Program. General Secretary of the General Program.
In our Andhra Pradesh district, Krishna district, we attached 10 patients to each and every blood bank. The people who are suffering thalassemia, they can get their blood there only. They don't need to go for a single blood bank, and we attach like that, and we are working for the other sources also, like we are attaching the patient to a donor from the colleges. We are trying to do. I think next section we will have all the rules.
गुजरात में मेरा प्रवास था, उसमें जगह मोडासा, वहाँ पर एक जो अपनी सक्षम की बैठक में आए थे ब्लड बैंक चलाते हैं और उनके पास में अभी कुल मिलाकर एक 70 पेशेंट हैं थैलेसीमिया और हर एक के लिए उन्होंने 35 to 40 ऐसे डोनर्स की लिस्ट बनाई और फिक्स किया है उनको। बाकी अभी जो फिनोटाइप की बात चली है वो कितना है उनको ध्यान में वो भी उनको बताया जा सकता है। बाकी इसके कारण से उन्होंने ऐसा बताया कि जो उनको आयरन क्लियर करने के लिए जो टैबलेट्स लेनी पड़ती है उसमें बहुत कमी आई। दूसरा उनकी स्वास्थ्य भी अच्छा है और उनका मानना है कि एक 45 to 50 इयर्स तक उनकी आयु हो सकती, ऐसा उनका है। बाकी मेडिकल साइंस के हिसाब से वो मेडिकल फील्ड के नहीं है, सर्विस लाइन के हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा इसमें काम किया।
आयरन को साफ करने वाले टैबलेट को कीलेटिंग एजेंट बोलते हैं।
अलग-अलग नाम है, कीलेटिंग होते हैं, कीलेटिंग होते हैं।
प्रोनाउंसिएशन यूनिटी बट भी हो सकता है, यूनिटी बुट भी हो सकता है। नंबर 5 you already
I have an idea actually. What we should do is, see, we are all assembled here just because of passion that we want to do something to society. Like how we should start campaign that it is a responsibility of every Bharatiya to take care of the mentally disabled people. See, suppose one person is here at our home, how we will take care of them? Like that, a campaign should go vigorously to the public masses. Everyone, every student should feel we have to take care of some thalassemia kids. So let us plan like that.
All of us should be in touch with NSS and vigorously follow colleges, NSS, NGC, Scouts.
School level, next level is +1+2, next level is college.
And every college should have a Pranada promoter. We can also tie up with the Rotary clubs, Lions clubs, because as a Rotarian and also an associate chairman from Red Donations last year, we have organized 75 blood camps and we have collected more than 1,000 units, and all bloods is being donated only to VHS for treating thalassemia patients. Excellent.
I request Chandrasekhar ji and Govindarajan ji also to kindly take cognizance of another important thing. SAKSHAM has Yuva Pramukh. Many Yuva Pramukhs are there in many trans, many jillas, and Yuva Pramukh Dr. Harish is also here. Huh? So what is the role of Yuva Program in SAKSHAM? I think it can also have a very good definition when we can link it up to Pranada blood donation. And if every Yuva Program can organize at least one blood donation camp in 2 months or 3 months, 4 or 5 blood donation camps in a year, then at least all over India, according to Hyderabad NBC statistics, we had 25 Pranta Yuva Pramukh and almost 100 district Yuva Pramukhs. So 125 into 4, 5, 6 blood donation camps. Yearly three camps. Then this Yuva Pramukhs also will give motivation, take motivation. So my earnest request, हमारे सभी को मंत्री जी से आपका क्या विचार है?
सामान्यतया सक्षम 7 प्रकोष्ठ और 7 आयाम है, ठीक है ना? सभी में युवाओं की जरूरत है। अभी हम इस प्रकोष्ठ की बात कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हमको लगता है कि इसमें क्या क्या युवा कर सकते हैं। तो हर एक प्रकोष्ठ और आयाम के लिए जिला अनुसार टीम बनाने की बात है। प्रांत की भी टीम बने और जिले की भी टीम बने। तो जिस प्रकोष्ठ और आयाम के साथ जो युवा अटैच होते हैं, उनसे संबंधित उनके काम उनको बताया जाए। जैसे उदाहरण के लिए अभी सभी स्टेट्स में और डिस्ट्रिक्ट में युवा प्रमुख अभी नहीं, एग्जीक्यूट नहीं है। तो अभी हमारी कोच्चि में एमईसी की मीटिंग है। तो वास्तव में युवा प्रमुख एमईसी में अपेक्षित नहीं है, लेकिन हमने सभी प्रांतों में युवा दायित्व मिले, यानी युवा को चयन करके और उसमें काम करने वाले लोग तैयार हों। इसके लिए एमईसी में स्पेशली युवा प्रमुख ऐसा बुलाया है इस बार, और इसके कारण से कम अभी सभी स्टेट्स में युवा प्रमुख ऐसा एग्जीक्यूट कर देंगे दायित्व। इसके कारण से भी एक थोड़ा सा काम बढ़ेगा। दूसरा, हर एक जगह पर युवा होना बहुत आवश्यक है। उसके कारण से थोड़ा सा सभी में उत्साह निर्माण होता है, और किसी भी काम को थोड़ा सा स्पीडली यदि हमको बढ़ाना है तो फिर युवाओं की बहुत आवश्यकता है। जैसे उदाहरण के लिए नासिक से भी आए हैं ना, तो नासिक में जो हमारी सक्षम की टीम है, सभी 65-70 अबव कार्यकर्ता हैं। सभी बैंक से रिटायर्ड लोग हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, लेकिन उनकी हर बार की यही शिकायत रहती है, कोई युवा नहीं जुड़ते हमारे साथ में। तो काम में उत्साह निर्माण करने के लिए और थोड़ा सा गति से बढ़ाने के लिए युवाओं की नितांत आवश्यकता है। तो उसमें कुछ टेक्निकल लाइन के लोग भी युवा अवस्था में हमारे साथ जुड़ते हैं। थोड़ी सी काम की गति बढ़ाने में हमको सुविधा रहेगी। कोई भी बड़ा आंदोलन जैसा या गति बढ़ाने वाला काम है, उसमें सभी में यदि हम ध्यान करेंगे तो युवाओं की जरूरत है। हमारे देश की आज़ादी में भी युवा लोगों का बड़ा योगदान है। तो ऐसे सक्षम के सभी प्रकोष्ठ और सभी आयाम में युवा लोग यदि बड़ी संख्या में आते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से इस काम को और गति मिलेगी। जैसे कि किशोर की उत्साह से बात करते हैं ना, ऐसे उत्साह से बात करने वाले लोग चाहिए। यानी ये बात भी सच है कि कुछ सफ़ेद बाल वाले जवान होते हैं, कुछ काले बाल वाले बूढ़े होते हैं, ठीक है ना। तो युवापन एक मानसिकता का नाम है, लेकिन फिर भी ज़्यादा उत्साह का जो बात है ना, वो एक 20 से 30-35 साल तक की उम्र के लोगों में थोड़ा स्वाभाविक ज़्यादा है। तो ऐसे जो अधिकतम सपने देखने वाले लोग हैं, उत्साह से काम करने वाले हैं, ऐसे लोग संगठन के साथ ज़्यादा जुड़ेंगे तो ज़्यादा
बिना बाल वाले कारगर होते हैं, बिना बाल वाले ज़्यादा कारगर होते हैं।
One more small suggestions from me, like what is my observation? Like previously, awareness के लिए हम like 24 years back, we have done a drive. 1,000 school children के लिए we have done HPAC test. तब there was no awareness on thalassemia. हम जाके टेस्ट करके आगे रिपोर्ट दे दी, out of 1,000, 46 are carriers. We have told, we have given them card all are carriers. Then I started getting calls at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock midnight. Madam, will my child will survive? Will my other children get married? And all. So then we thought this is not what way we have to create an awareness. Then we started creating awareness. I went to schools and colleges, nearly 300 to 400 awareness campaigns I did in schools and colleges. About Hyderabad, we have done mission landing and working. We have done bus branding and all. It all went in ways, lakhs of rupees went in. Because only the NGO were talking about, and everybody was listening to thalassemia and they did work. When I was in college and all, in 1987 or 85, I think so you all remember, there was a big hoarding in center of Hyderabad, Puli Raju ki AIDS hospital. That means like there's one तगड़ा person उसको AIDS आता क्या? So that was only a caption, Puli Raju ki AIDS hospital. So entire Hyderabad was in a state, whole India. It was said, who is this Puli Raju? Who is this Puli Raju? So we have to create such type of awareness for thalassemia. They should be, everybody should talk about thalassemia. I think just took an example of thalassemia because I talk more about thalassemia. So we have to create such type of things which should come through government. Again, an NGO does, people will not pay attention to that. If a government does, everybody will pay an attention. It will go to the nook and corner, grassroots level of all villagers, everything they go. It should, like fair fresh shops, ration shops, lala dena side. Every individual goes to a fair fresh shop, they will know about these things. So we have to make media of government to do all such type of ads, so that there will be a lot of awareness on this disorder, and after that we can do phenotype, we can do blood pressure system, we can do n number of people. That will be easy.
We create an ecosystem. As you rightly said, we were there in Kumbh Mela recently in Kanajaal, and just to give all of you an example, there were around 58,000 toilets that were put on the banks of Kanajaal and Kanajaal and the ISA. Me and Chandrasekhar were there for almost 2 months there. On any bank, the stretch of 28 kilometers, we didn't smell urine or we didn't see anywhere defecation. It was so clean. And any place where there is a crowd, they have put up a very big screen. And Amitabh Bachchan is saying in the video, hey, could I have a shout? That video is just what you said, Kudiraj came so similar. What NACO did, similarly Swachh Bharat also. So our Sadhguruji says, Sadhguru Coimbatore, says in India anything can be successful only if it becomes a movement. It has to become a people's movement and everyone have to take up. So Pranada, major, I think, is to build this momentum for this movement. And then I think this will move forward. And lastly, not concluding remarks, Govinji is going to give, and Chandrasekhar is going to give. Just like what Subhash Chandra Bose said, give me blood, I will give you nation. I will give you nation or freedom. Azadi. Similarly, Pranada must say, give us blood, we will give you a healthy nation. And this quotation must be sent someone like Radhaji's or some. See, this requires a huge amount of thinking, mass communication, public health communication strategy, advocacy, and then lot of people coming together. And again, implementers like Jankalyan Bank, Jankalyan Blood Banks, probably starting another 10 more blood banks. And lot of parents associations, everyone coming together. So Pranada's biggest role is to prepare this roadmap and strategy, and we all need to be a part of the core or advisory and create the roadmap. This is what
needs to be the idea needs to be marketed.
Marketed well.
Yeah, recently
Correct word you have used.
I tagged Narendra Modi. Recently I tagged Narendra Modi and tweeted that, sir, you have world में like corona के लिए you have benchmark डाले. The same way, same pattern. corona का जो भी pattern है, implement on thalassemia. अगर एक बच्चा thalassemia के आ गया तो उनका सारे relatives को test कर दो, so that there is no other thalassemia born, because every 45 minutes one thalassemia child is born. Every 45 minutes.
So every 10 minutes, child is born with hemoglobin.
45 minutes.
ఇంకా ఎక్కువ కదా.
So every 45 minutes a child is born with hemoglobin.
So we have to bring that momentum. So 1,000 कार्यकर्ता, sorry, I'm not going to Telugu. 1,000 कार्यकर्ता should go to Delhi and probably do big meeting, probably going to Modi.
Sure, that would be come up with a competitive agenda so that he can't say.
I have an update for you. My recent Delhi visit, Pravas to Pranada, I have met the Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNU. She was very happy after knowing the actions of SAKSHAM and Pranada. Then she promised us to utilize facility of JNU and students of JNU for the purpose of well-being of the Divyangjan, especially blood-related disorder people. So for this idea, what I would like to do, anyways we have our national team planned for a big event to create a momentum in Africa and Delhi based on JNU. So for that, we will invite Modi ji. Definitely he will come because such big shots are there in theirs. Definitely Modi ji also will come for this. So I am pretty sure we are going to invite from Team Pranada Modi ji, and with the support of our National Medical Commission member Dr. Santosh ji and Honorable President Sri Govindra ji and Manya Sangatna Mantri RSS Wala. If he comes, definitely Modi ji will come. So he is the key person. Thanks for this idea. You will be felicitated for this idea, for this great idea. Definitely we will. It's a great idea actually. See, once Modi ji comes, that's all. Momentum will start. Automatically 50th year directly. So we'll do that. Thank you. So everyone say thanks to her. Thank you.
I would like to supplement a few points which Madam made actually. There are a lot of practical difficulties in creating awareness and testing facilities and all those stuff. My small suggestion is we can take a targeted approach where there are two most important trigger points for any hemoglobinopathy, including thalassemia. One is we can conduct targeted campaigns at women's colleges, mainly for the final year female students. Mostly they are the vulnerable category for whom the next level is pregnancy, marriage and pregnancy. That comes under premarital testing. And simultaneously, we should approach all the gynecologists and make the testing mandatory for each and every woman who is pregnant.
That is the bill we are asking. In Hyderabad, we started this antenatal testing. In PHCs, nearly 3,000 pregnant women we have already tested. We are in that momentum. And just now, 1 hour back, our team met Venkaiah Naidu also and gave a representation to form a bill also. So that is the message I got just now. And we are on foot for this eradication and this. In 2014, I fought for 8 months and in 10th class SSC in biology, I incorporated thalassemia, hemophilia and blood disorders as a subject in biology textbook in Andhra Pradesh and Kanajaal. That is we have formed a national, there's one national group of thalassemia in our team. So everybody are trying to approach the educational department in their respective states, and they wanted to incorporate thalassemia and hemophilia as a subject in the 10th grade.
For the last week, we have some people who have been very, very attentive and good listeners, but have not spoken a word. I can see them smile, laugh, enjoy, but they have not spoken. For example, we have Ramesh Prabhuji, and then we have Priyanka ji here. We have also 2 members from Orissa, and Delhi. Idea, Karen, right? Karen, so मैक्सिमम जो लोगों ने बात किया उनका तो इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया, जिन लोगों ने बात नहीं किया, just 1 word, 2 words, 1 sentence. प्रियंका जी, कैरन.
मेरा सिर्फ और सिर्फ निवेदन इस प्रकोष्ठ के कार्यक्रमों में उपस्थित सारे बंधुओं से है कि जैसा चंद्रशेखर जी ने प्रश्न उठाया है कि ये हम सब लोग जो बुद्धि विनाश कर रहे हैं, ये सारे कार्यक्रम जमीन पर उतरे। यक्ष प्रश्न यह है कि सक्षम कार्यकर्ताओं के अभाव में सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्वप्न लोक में विचरण कर रहा है। मैं बिहार से हूँ, उत्तर बिहार का प्रांतीय अध्यक्ष उपाध्यक्ष का दायित्व मुझे मिला है। मैं ये महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि ये प्राणदा प्रकोष्ठ के कार्यक्रमों को तो हम देख रहे हैं, लेकिन इसी माध्यम से मैं संपूर्ण सक्षम के अस्तित्व की ओर ध्यान खींचना चाहूँ। अभी जिन युवा शक्ति को अपने से जोड़ने का उपक्रम आदरणीय चंद्रशेखर जी ने प्रस्ताव में उठाया है, वो ध्यान खींचने तक की बात नहीं है, उसको जमीन पर इनकॉर्पोरेट करने का प्रश्न है। जब तक ये नहीं होगा तब तक हम लोग कहीं बैठेंगे, कुछ कार्यक्रम करेंगे, कुछ आइकॉन को खींच लेंगे, लेकिन इसे जन आंदोलन का शक्ल नहीं दे सकते। मानवता की रक्षा के लिए 2012 के 20 जून को 2008 के 20 जून हमारे उत्तर पूर्व क्षेत्र में ये 2012 में गया है, बिहार झारखंड में। अभी तक वहाँ पर संपूर्ण ढांचा का भी निर्माण नहीं हो पाया है। खंडों और पंचायतों की बात को दूर, जिला में भी कहीं कहीं ढांचा खड़ा नहीं है। इसलिए युवा शक्ति को इससे जोड़ने की जरूरत है और प्राणदा प्रकोष्ठ के साथ साथ बचे 7 प्रकोष्ठ के शेष प्रकोष्ठों में भी अपना समय हमें देने की जरूरत है। बस मेरा ये निवेदन है, बाकी का प्रस्ताव जी। डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र कुमार शर्मा, संप्रति विभागाध्यक्ष इतिहास विभाग, स्वर्गीय विश्वनाथ सिंह शर्मा कॉलेज बेगूसराय, ललित नारायण मिथिला विश्वविद्यालय सेवांतर। दायित्व उपाध्यक्ष उत्तर बिहार सक्षम।
धन्यवाद जी।
Namaste, Manohar from Kerala. In this connection, in nutshell, I would say that SAKSHAM can do a great thing for making policy decision, and which would really possible, as mentioned, through an icon. I would propose, I would say, rightly mentioned here, Modi ji is the right person. If he would take a step, like if we could bring him into a platform, that would make like a movement as we had the Clean Ganga movement or things like that. Many are there. Thank you. No.
Thank you, Ji. And right now we have Miss Karen with us. She is from another wing of SAKSHAM, that is IDEA. Please tell something about IDEA in 1 minute and Karen, you.
Please ask her to tell what is IDEA.
Yeah, that's all.
Yes. So good evening,
Please stand
everyone.
up. Please stand up.
Please stand up. Everyone would like to see the work of IDEA. So please, I request her. Please.
So I'm Karen Avamani from SAKSHAM IDEA, so Inclusive Divyangan Entrepreneur Association. So our work is basically to deal with persons with disabilities in the employment sector. So it is all about livelihood. So we do it via entrepreneurship. So we help persons with disabilities in setting up small nano businesses and also in the placement. So we act as an aggregator between corporates, the companies and the PWD job seekers. So we help them to get jobs. And personally, I guess attending this workshop was very helpful because usually when we get applications, resumes from persons with disabilities, we rarely see thalassemia or so these are all invisible disabilities. So we rarely see that. And now I guess attending this workshop has given me sort of an idea as to take Pranada to the corporates that we deal with, and go ahead and get donations and raise awareness about it. And I guess we can do a lot in the corporate aspect. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Kannada also fine because it's a Kannada land.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಪ್ರದೀಪ್ ಕುಮಾರ್, ಮೈಸೂರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಹಿಮೋಫಿಲಿಕ್ ಪೇಷೆಂಟು. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಮೋಫಿಲಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಣದಾಗೆ ಈಗ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ UDD ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ಹರೀಶ್ ರೈ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳಿದು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಾಣದ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to Pranada.
Please translate 2 lines in English.
What he was telling is he is from Mysore. He is himself a hemophilic. He was invited by Vikas ji and Ankesh Rai ji. He recently joined hands with Pranada and he is supporting all hemophilics there in Mysore with yeah, something. Thank you. Now it is Ramesh Prabhu ji. We are all happy here because of one main reason is Ramesh Prabhu ji. Ramesh Prabhu ji, please talk something about this.
Namaste. I am Ramesh Prabhu, State Treasurer. Actually, I am doing only providing, arranging for food and other materials, totally engaged. So and this another exposure is first time I am trying. Anyway, the maximum possible we have arranged. Whatever, if there is any problems, mistakes, please bear with us and tell us so that we can correct next time. Thank you.
All the food is nutritious, iron rich. Food is nutritious and iron rich. It is solving hemoglobinopathies to some extent.
So all say Annadata Sukhi.
And we have one more person, Sri Lokesh ji. He was our Karyanaya Pramukh. Recently he joined with TCS, right? Accenture. He done great work for SAKSHAM. Please talk something about this program.
Okay. There's a boy, kindly ask him to introduce himself.
Hi. आपका नाम बोलिए. Something about you. आपका Someone is from AIMS Delhi. He is working in AIMS actually. So, yeah.
सबको नमस्कार। अभी दिल्ली सक्षम क्रांति वाली मीटिंग था। हम संदीप सर मैं संदीप सक्सेना दिल्ली काउंसिल सर सचिव और वहाँ की जो हमारा मैगजीन है उसको भी इस एडिटोरियल टीम में पार्ट है और प्रचार टीम का भी कि सक्षम दिल्ली काउंसिल उसमें जैसे अभी डिसाइड हो रहा था कि भी हम युवा शक्ति को जोड़ेंगे तो हमारा ये डिसाइड हो रहा था कि प्राणदाता को हम युवा आयाम और क्रीड़ा आयाम के जो मेंबर्स हैं जो टीम है उनके साथ एक मीटिंग करेंगे ताकि हम जो कॉलेज गोइंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनमें अवेयरनेस कर सकें। दिस वाज डिसाइडेड लास्ट और जो गोयल जी ने बोला था उसको मैं थोड़ा आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ कि हम लोगों ने अभी एम्स के शॉप के साथ मिलकर एक प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट किया था झारखंड गवर्नमेंट जो कि ये अथॉरिटी तक हम पहुँचे ये अथॉरिटी को पता चले कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं क्या करना चाहते हैं तो सिकल सेल के स्क्रीनिंग के लिए हमने प्रोग्राम वहाँ पे एक प्रपोजल सबमिट किया था पता चला कि वहाँ ऑलरेडी एक प्राइवेट लैब को उन्होंने दिया हुआ है जो कि जो गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में पेशेंट आते हैं सिर्फ उन्हीं की स्क्रीनिंग करेगी जबकि हम लोग का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हम डोर टू डोर सर्वे करके उनकी स्क्रीनिंग करते हैं तो उस हमारे लेटर देने का यह से हुआ कि उनका वो प्रपोजल कैंसिल कर दिया तो वी शुड अप्रोच द अथॉरिटी हमको अपने लेटर से अपने जाके हमें बताएं तो हमारा जरूर कुछ ना कुछ जन जन तक पहुँचने का पहुँचेंगे धन्यवाद।
Thank you, thank you. Now we have few more people.
नमस्ते सर सक्षम का ये प्राणदा का जो ये ओरिएंटेशन कार्यक्रम में उड़ीसा की तरफ से जो हम आए हैं पहली बार एक प्राणदा का एक मीटिंग में एक्चुअली हम अटेंड किया मैं एक्चुअली उड़ीसा में ब्लड डोनेशन के साथ बहुत टाइम काम किया हूँ और कॉलेज में एनएसएस स्टूडेंट्स को ब्लड के बारे में कुछ क्लासेस भी किया था लेकिन इसी जो प्रोग्राम हुआ इसमें इतना मुझे सीखने के लिए मैं जब क्लासेस कर रहा था मुझे लग रहा था कि मुझे कुछ मालूम है लेकिन अभी पता चला कि मुझे कुछ भी मालूम नहीं था और मुझे आज बहुत कुछ सीखने के लिए मिला और ये सब जितना भी सीखने के लिए मिला मैं जितने भी इधर डेलीगेट्स आए थे सबको मैं इतना रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि मुझे ये सब और कुछ सीखने के लिए कैसे मुझे ये सीखने के लिए मिल सकता है इसका थोड़ा सर हेल्प कीजिएगा ताकि जैसे कि कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स या कुछ भी हो तो ताकि मैं उड़ीसा में बहुत ट्राइबल एरिया है मेरा जो गांव है उसी का ट्राइबल एरिया बहुत है और ये अवेयरनेस कार्यक्रम के लिए मैं खुद कोशिश करूंगा और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसके बारे में बताऊंगा और ब्लड डोनेशन के लिए ज़्यादा वॉलंटियर्स क्रिएट करूंगा धन्यवाद। मानव रंजन पंडा प्राणदा प्रमुख उड़ीसा पूर्व प्रमुख धन्यवाद।
Actually, हम गोवा में एवरी क्वार्टरली ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप मैनेज करते हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ शारदा सेवा संगठन और विद गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज। क्लियरली हमारा संतोष कामत उसमें बहुत ये था लेकिन अभी वो संतोष कामत सेंट्रल कमेटी में गया उस टाइम से वो जरा थोड़ा कम हो गया लेकिन वॉट एवर द ब्लड डोनेट कर रहे हैं वो सभी गोवा मेडिकल कॉलेज में जाते
Now
मेरा नाम प्रियंका है यहाँ उपस्थित सभी माननीय सदस्यों को नमस्ते। यह मेरा प्रथम परिचय है और उसके अलावा मैं वक्ता नहीं हूँ कोशिश करूँगी आगे सीखने की कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों के साथ। प्राणदा का कार्यक्रम बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहे, ऐसी मनोकामना है। उसमें जिस तरह से भी मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन हो सकता है मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगी। धन्यवाद।
Two more persons left. Raju bhai.
सबको नमस्कार सर। सक्षम के लिए जो भी कार्य आप देंगे हम उसको बहुत सफलतापूर्वक करने की कोशिश करेंगे और हम चाहते हैं कि सक्षम के लिए आप जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कार्य दीजिए तो हम उसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे। धन्यवाद।
पिछले 2 दिन से इतना नींद नहीं है।
Asanta Madhav. Asanta Madhav, practicing advocate for about 33 years, Bangalore, networks and now I was hearing all after from my school, Madam, all others suggesting various things. Now, for having practiced in courts and having volunteered with other Sangha Parivar organizations, what I find is we give so many suggestions. You know, like there are certain issues we want to meet the deputy commissioner or what we call as district collectors, we want to meet the secretaries, we want to meet the commissioner of the disability commission and all those things. But the biggest drawback what we have found and what is happening within the society is we never go and give a letter. Like meeting the commissioner or the secretary or the collector will not help us in any way. So for example, what has happened in another organization where I was involved, a Sangha Parivar organization, we gave a representation about 7 or 8 years back. No, after giving that representation, we have reminded those authorities for a few times, giving another letter and all those things. It took 7 years for the government to come out with some sort of an amendment in that particular thing. Now we cannot expect government, like I go to the commissioner or the district collector and give talk or give a letter and expect that he does that work tomorrow morning or say in a week's time. So it has its own process and all those things. Like irrespective of the results, what I request and suggest is that whenever we have a problem or suggestions to make to the government or make some thing to available to the government, we have to give it in writing. Whether it is in on the letter of SAKSHAM or on my own name and address. If I were to give a representation and see that I follow it up for a few times by giving reminders and other things, we hope that if not today, say in a matter of month or years, like there was a representation that they are giving 10,000 rupees in Andhra or sorry, Telangana. Like in Karnataka, they are not giving so much. Like we go and give a letter to the secretary or the director of disability commission. Sir, they are giving so much in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. We also request that you pay some money or give medicine or some sort. If that letter is not available to the director, he cannot proceed further. Therefore, as a part of advocacy within Pranada or within the organization, our duty should be to see that this representation is done. There is another drawback here. We go and meet the collector, we give a letter and come back. There is no acknowledgement, nothing. The moment we come out, he will tear out and put it in the basket. Now, always the usual process that we do is we give a letter and take another letter and give it the dispatch section, whatever it is, inward office or something, and take an acknowledgement. See, what I am trying to bring to the notice of this group is that merely having a suggestion, merely having an idea or merely trying to have different ideas, what we should do is it has to be in writing. Or like it can be brought to the some core committee, draft a letter, give it to you. Or we don't even need a very good grammar or something like a very good literature. A basic letter to the authorities is very much required. This is what I requested. All these, like it may not be from Pranada or SAKSHAM or anything. I have a problem. I have a suggestion. I have to go to the authorities and give it. This is my suggestion. I request all of you. the group to consider this and do it.
Thank you, Asunmaji.
Yeah.
தமிழ் தான் பேசுவேன். டெஸ்ட் பண்ணீங்க இல்லை, என்னோட இது என்னென்னா, கொஞ்சம் நேரத்துக்கு மட்டும் பேசிட்டு இருக்கும்போது நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்க தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து ஒரு பிளட் பேங்க் இருக்குது, மற்ற இடங்கள்லாம் ஏன் இல்லை அப்படின்னா, பிளட் பேங்க் நடத்துங்கிறது ஒரு தபஸ் மாதிரி ஆகிடுது. அந்த தபஸ் தினம் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறது தான் சக்தி ஏறும். ஏன்னா 2003 செரான் பிளட் பேங்க் ஆரம்பித்தோம். ஆனால் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 15 வருஷம் நாங்கள் ஃபீல்டில் இருந்தோம். நாங்கள் ஒரு பிளட் ஓனர் லிஸ்ட்டு ஒன்று மெயின்டைன் பண்ணோம். அங்கே இருக்கிற எங்கெங்கே பிளட்டு தேவைப்படுதோ அவங்கெல்லாம் நமக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணுவாங்க. அதில் நியரஸ்ட்டு அந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு நியரஸ்ட்டு யார் டோனர் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்கள நாம் அங்கே அனுப்பி வச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். அந்த மாதிரிலாம் பண்ணி அந்த தபஸ் வளர்ந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் நாமளே ஒரு பிளட் பேங்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற முடிவுக்கு வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த சூழ்நிலை உருவானது. அதனால் அந்த பிளட் பேங்குங்கிறது ஒரு பெரிய தபஸ், அதுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய டீம் வேணும். நம்ம பிளட் பேங்க்லேயே கூட ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் இருந்தாலும் கூட 22 பேர் வாலண்டியர்ஸ் இருக்கோம். 22 பேர் என்னென்னா அவங்களுக்கு எப்போ டைம் கிடைக்குதோ அப்போ அவேர்னஸ் கேம்ப் போகிறது, கேம்பில் போய் என்னென்ன ஹெல்ப் வேணுமோ அதை செய்கிறது, இதை பூரா தொடர்ந்து பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ ஒரு சாதாரணமாக ஒரு காலேஜில் போய் ஒரு பிளட் கேம்ப் நடத்துகிறோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு 70 யூனிட் வந்து அங்கே வந்து தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஃபீல் பண்ணோம்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்னா அதுக்கு ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி அந்த காலேஜில் போய் ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் நடக்கும். அது கொடுத்துட்டோம்னா அடுத்த வரதுக்கு 150 பேர் பிளட் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ அந்த அளவுக்கு நாம் வந்து அதோட தபஸ் மாதிரி பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். அந்த தபஸை பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு குழுவை நம்ம ரெடி பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் பிளட் பேங்கை வந்து கண்டினியூஸாக சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக ரன் பண்ண முடியும். தேங்க்யூ.
I request the secretary to translate this into English. In brief, what was Cyrus saying, it is not so easy to start a blood bank. Regarding the Salem blood bank, it was a 15 years they did a service, and after 15 years only they are able to start a blood bank in Salem. Earlier, they used to have a huge database of blood, voluntary blood donors. Whenever there is a requirement for blood, they will organize the donor to go to the hospital nearby the area, and the donor will donate the blood. And to run a blood bank, it is just like a tapas. Yes, and you need to do your tapas daily. Starting a blood bank is not, after starting a blood bank, you have to do the tapas daily. If you fail to do the tapas, then it will collapse. That's what he wants to say. And moreover, now they are approaching the colleges, other voluntary organizations in conducting the camps. In Salem, there are 22 volunteers who work in Salem Blood Bank, and these people are very frequently in touch with the colleges and NGOs and organize a blood camp and collect the blood and serve the society. Wonderful. Only one person left. Last but not least, our Pranada Jammu Kashmir Pramukh. Jammu Kashmir is very important integral part of Bharat. So now I request our young Avo Gupta ji to talk something.
Yes. Good evening to everyone. So I was here since the morning. I reached Bangalore yesterday. This was the first time I came here, and much to what I expected to learn in this program, in this orientation. I learned a lot of things throughout the day. Some technical things, some motivational things, some things about the patient who have been facing a lot of problems because of some the blood disorders, various blood disorders. So I was not aware of all those things, but today I can say that I learned a lot. There's still a lot to learn. So all the inputs were really great. All the dignitaries, all the delegates, they talked beautifully, they explained beautifully. Sorry? Okay, what after today? Okay. So I will take all this knowledge, all this input, all this information home. And the first thing that I'm going to do is start the promotion by building some creative graphics or some creative tools that may engage people to learn more about these disabilities and actually treat them as disabilities and not some internal thing. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Abhavji, thank you. We need people like you. Now, I humbly request our अखिल भारतीय सह संगठन मंत्री जी माननीय श्री चंद्रशेखर जी to now then it is turn of our माननीय President ji. President ji, now we are handing over mic to you to conclude the session and please guide us and please Okarga. No problem.
So pleasant to be here throughout the day, listening to a lot many information, and really Saksham was thinking to have a diversification towards a concentration over several departments, but it was too technical and beneficial to comment on this program. Really, very much fruitful, very not only inspiring, it was giving very resourceful. Pranada not only discussed on just medical terms, medical aspects, social, economical, cultural, right, and familial, and legal. So many aspects were discussed. So really, I think we require many more sessions like this, many more workshops like this before we formulate or before we recommend a memorandum to the government. It's true, we are working a lot, but we need to have cross-reference studies, right? Where what happens, how it happens, what is required, what remedy is required, all those things. I think whatever we speak, whatever we learn, is not the ultimate. So we need to keep searching. I believe that advocacy and research both are infinite. Right? It is not, we cannot finalize this is the final one. Right? So the foundings which were a decade old becomes outdated and irrelevant for the current status. So we should keep thinking and we should keep updating and upgrading. So it is the SAKSHAM's responsibility to take all the points to frame a memorandum for an effective advocacy. And really, as a point came that every yuva of a SAKSHAM, yuva pramukh should get into this activities. See, for a clarification, I tell you, it is interdependent, right? It is the responsibility of all SAKSHAM Karyakarta to be involved in all activities. Not that Pranada will do only Pranada work. They will be concentrating more on Pranada work. See, Santosh ji is here, who is known for Kama. Right? Likewise, it is interdependent and all together, we all work together to achieve all our objectives, all our goals. Likewise, this decentralization is to concentrate more and to achieve our goal. And moreover, I think so, brainstorming session is essential to bring more facts or fact findings in order to strengthen our concepts and our knowledge before we take it to the authorities. So I think as this morning Ashinaji and Padmananaji were telling that we should have at least 3 months once this kind of a workshop at a regional level.
True. I think if it is possible, we can have an online meeting every month also on different topics. Right? And quarterly, as said, we can have a physical meeting. For every time, definitely I say, we will get new information. No session will be a repetitive because a lot of information will be gained. Right? So I think we have made the day towards a great initiation. So I hope definitely there will be a few more great things are awaiting for us for the tomorrow's session. I seek apology for my absence tomorrow, and I think we need to have a strong core team, right, to construct this concept to carry forward, and very effective advisory team, combination of various experts to strengthen our smooth going. So no doubt Kashinath ji, Padmanath ji, Kishore ji, Vikas ji definitely will formulate and implement it effectively. So I assure on behalf of SAKSHAM Bharat, we are together. I don't want to say we are with you. We are together to achieve all what we want as a differentiable community, either as a Divyangjan or Divyang Mitra. We are prepared to join hands till we reach our goal. We never take rest. Thank you. Healthy nation. Okay, healthy nation. Healthy nation. SAKSHAM Bharat. Jate jate netrada. What a perfect finishing by our Mananiya Govindraj ji for this entire happy motivational event for today. So I request now Mani Kashinath Takraj ji to Shanti Mata.
Before we go to the next, I think, are there any announcements like when is the dinner, where is the dinner?
Yes.
What is the program tomorrow?
Tomorrow's program.
So I think we are going to conclude day one agenda, whatever we had for the day. Thank you so much for all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for making it very interactive and making it more interactive sessions. It was very meaningful and it has served the purpose of agenda, whatever we set for Pranada. With this guidance, we are going to make the minutes of the meetings and we will be proceeding further with the action items, whatever we derived from this brainstorming session. So with this, we are going to conclude today's session, and next we are going to have Shanti Mantram, and with that we will formally conclude. After that, we will be having dinner. For dinner, we have arranged at the 5th floor today, so we all will move to 5th floor for dinner. And then vehicle is arranged. There is a bus available from here to the hotel Chandrabhavan, so buses are ready. One drop for Keshav Shilpa for Adhikarigan and one bus for participant to the Chandrabhavan. That has been arranged. And we need a count of people who need food packet for tomorrow for departure. So those who are planning to depart after the lunch, after our session, at least 2 or 3 p.m. it will get over. By the time we will arrange a food packet for the night dinner. So those who need night dinner packets, kindly raise your hand so that we can arrange for the dinner for parcel. How many people need dinner for parcel for tomorrow night for train journey? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 10. 10. Okay. Thank you. Okay. 15. Okay. 15. Okay. Yeah. So we'll inform our caterer for that arrangement. It will be arranged tomorrow. And yeah, I think so. Tomorrow morning, as per agenda, it will be 9 o'clock. 8:30.
8:30 we need.
Yeah, here 8:30 breakfast starts and 9 o'clock we'll try to start the session. We'll start little early ahead of the schedule. So try to be here by 8:30 at 5th floor. 8 to 8:30 vehicles will be arranging from respective pickup points. But buses will be starting around 8:15, 8:20 and we will be at the 5th floor by 8:30. So that 30 minutes we'll have a breakfast and then we'll start with the session at 9 o'clock. And evening after the lunch we will have a blood bank visit. There will be a demonstration of the that is very important session where we will be showing the live demonstration of how a ideal blood bank works and how they process the blood and how it reaches to the consumer. That will be explained in detail. So that will be 1.5 hour session. With that we will be concluding tomorrow evening post lunch session and then we will be serving with a food packet for parcel. So that will be going to be the overall agenda. Any points? 8:30 here. Yeah. 8:15. Yeah, 8:15 आइए इधर आइए. Breakfast के लिए. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Any questions? Anything related to Vyavastha? Any special needs or anything like that?
Any doubts?
We are
So let us conclude with the Shanti Mantra. Now, Namaskara Sthiti. 3 times Omkara.
सक्षम भारत, सक्षम भारत,
सक्षम भारत, जीते जीते रक्तदान, भारत माता की वंदे। Now we request photographer ji to take some photos, group photo with all the participants.